All right. So do you want to do a recap or the question first?
The recap is pretty easy. I'll just go ahead and refresh us on that. We spent some...
Cope just like, bye.
Cope's back.
Well, fuck Cope. I'm telling it anyway.
Okay.
It largely was us spending some time in the city for the first good chunk of it. Learning our skills, trading, buying some stuff. Eventually, the group minus me and Nolgrim went to hunt and found another boar. Took it down pretty easily. Some more time yada-yadaing at the village of Zan. We were summoned again by the alchemist, where we made our attempts to broker peace again. And they seemed to take a liking to what we said and agreed to a time and place. The place that we had set up. As we left, we spoke with Miku and accompanied the Zan to the obelisk that we had discovered. And yada yada, over the fight. Eventually we found out that it's a bone, or at least bone-like material, that was infected. Taskill touched it with restoration, stopping the oozing, and the zombies kind of quieted down. And then Nolgrim tried to read it and became silly for a while, and we all had a good laugh. Also, that begs the question, is this giant fucking cave just the body that had decayed after a long time of a giant, like a very massive giant that just fell down, and its bloated corpse made this cave?
All right. Just a tomb of the giant.
Make a joke about the fifth elephant, but no one would get it.
There is no elephant in the room. That's a joke. All right, so question for this week. Another pretty simple one. What is your alcoholic beverage of choice? It can be something made up with a backstory if you want, like a specific brand, or it can just be very general. Up to you.
That which is present.
That's the easiest question you've asked yet. Gombo Thunder Brew.
Yep. I had a feeling that was coming, but I do not mind. Quick follow-up question, though, for you, Michael. Is Thunder Brew a mead, an ale, or a beer, out of curiosity?
Yes.
It's the suicide of alcohols.
Classification in and of itself.
Okay.
You see, you put all three of those into one cup, and you stir it around, and you hope you don't die from poisoning. Fergis is going to be very frou-frou. His drink of choice is Elven strawberry wine.
And trying to decide if Fire Mother's Stout sounds better or the other way around. Or Mother Fire Stout.
Mother Fire Stout.
Or a Stout Fire Mother.
Yes.
Either way, it sounds like a curse.
Mm-hmm.
Nolgrim will probably say Dammerhall vintage ale. He managed to come across a cask in his studies, or I guess from his... Who was it that was... let's see. Because I know he spent a lot of time with Fergis's patriarch, and managed to probably try a sample of that. So yeah, classic Dammerhall ale.
Cool. Can't find a whole lot of that lying around.
Nope.
Not after 300 years. I mean, it is dwarves.
Trying to find that long lost recipe.
Yeah, that would be like us being like, this brew's from the Revolutionary War.
Right. Or like the, what was it, a bottle or a couple bottles of rum that were discovered on a sunken vessel 100 years ago, or from hundreds of years ago. Oof. They extracted and were selling it by the shot or something like that.
Or the most valuable bottle of wine in the world was like the last one from Thomas Jefferson's vineyard, uncorked, or not, still corked.
People love them alcohols.
Mm-hmm. So still need one from Thrum and Taskill.
Thrum's is whatever is available.
If it gets me drunk, I don't care what it is.
So you don't have to give it a specific name, but it's like, are you talking like a darker alcohol? Because
Any stout, beer, ale, whiskey, dark rum,
Any
Alcohol in
non-wine.
general.
brandy, nah. Wine, nah.
yeah, that's
Clear
what
alcohol, nah.
If it has
But-
enough alcoholic content to disinfect a wound from 3 meters away, he'll take it.
and thicker than his beard.
Medicinal purposes.
not a potato vodka guy.
I like Tito's, but I don't think Thrum does.
This is all academic for me anyway, but that just leaves Task.
Yeah, I don't drink alcohol at all. So
I also go with Fire Mother's Stout. The brand made at the one aspect of the forge back at the mountain home.
Thrum does know how to brew,
Mhm.
and he's got a brewing kit in the wagon, but just haven't had the opportunity to screw around with these mushrooms yet.
Somebody's slacking.
Yeah. Call yourself a dwarf.
Yeah, maybe you should fill up a barrel at the lake and have the first Himmelwald
Oh my god. There's so many mushroom like spores floating around in that water. That drink would be wild.
Spore
Yeah.
spirits. I think
Put
it'd
it
just be
down a few
equivalent of was it absinthe?
Oh God, some bad nights with that stuff involved.
It's like vodka with just the tiniest hint of LSD.
Yeah, that's like absinthe. The only drink I've ever had where there was like a ritual of how you had to prepare it before you shot it.
Water,
It's like, wait a minute, why are we heating sugar in a
right,
spoon?
and all that stuff, and yep.
Are we like, you sure this isn't heroin? I don't know.
Someone starts tying off your arm.
Yeah. Like, why do I need eye drops? What is going on?
You ever heard about like those ghost pepper hot sauces that you can only ingest a single drop safely, and you have to eat it quick enough, otherwise it will melt through the spoon?
Oh shit, no.
Oh God.
I'm like, why are you eating this?
Yeah. That's not safe.
Culinary masochism.
I guess.
Yeah,
I
a
mean-
couple of years ago, it became a real popular thing to create the hottest pepper in the world. So it's just been a race. Been a race to create the worst monstrosity
Just
I can imagine.
go ahead and just say that men are idiots.
Right?
Secret biowarfare program against the Caliente planet.
I think I could win that contest pretty quickly. All it is I take a bowl, I put some lighter fluid in there, and I just light it on fire and say, eat up. All right. So, let me put on some music here, because you guys just arrived back at the Skizrael Temple.
indeed we did.
So where we open up is you guys just getting sightline on the mass of webs on the wall. That is the Skizrael's lair. You don't see any sentries currently, unless you try looking for them, but you know from before that they're hiding up in the webbing.
gonna lead the way, Fergis?
Sure. Make sure that we're nice and visible as we approach. Imagine Ivy will stay out with the wagon and our supplies and stuff.
Yeah, she saw just a few too many spiders last time.
Yeah. So we just start making our approach to it and making sure we're extra visible and just approaching to see when someone will stop us or escort us or not. I forget. Didn't someone remember the path if we have to wind up taking it ourselves?
You always had a guide before. You guys tried to remember, but you were taken through a different path going in than the one going out.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and call out, ahoy! Friends.
Amongst the white webbing, you see large dark forms start shimmying down through the net, and a couple Skizral sentries come down, still mostly on the webbing. And one says that it's kind of clicky, screechy spider voice. Outsiders, you return.
Yes, we've come to speak with the White Widow. We bring talks of peace that with the Zan.
There's like a clicking of their mandibles as they briefly converse with each other in their own language, which none of you speak. And then one of the sentry says, "Wait, we will deliver the message." And they withdraw back up into the webbing for a little bit.
Okay. We'll just go ahead and wait patiently, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, their last fight was a while ago.
Yeah,
It was like
several days ago.
Like a week, because it was over here in the cursed bog, and then you hauled ass.
Yeah. We booked it double timed.
Mm-hmm. Right, because there is 2 days until the Zan delegation sets out. I did write that down. And they have their own travel time. After maybe 15-20 minutes of waiting, another Skizral comes back out of the webworks and says, "Follow," and turns around and starts heading into the maze of webs. Who's all going in?
I'm going.
Yeah, I'll go.
Yep, going in.
Is Miku with us?
No, he went back with the Zan attack force.
Well, I guess I'll stay with the cart then, boys.
Well, Ivy's with it too, but probably shouldn't leave her alone, huh?
Hey.
Also, the giant scorpions.
Yeah.
They're like full size now.
Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with that pretty soon.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you guys start navigating your way through the maze, and you eventually find yourself back into the lair of the Skizral. I don't suppose any of you guys need like an update on what the main chamber looks like, or you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. You are led back to the air quotes throne room of the White Widow, more like a shaped cavern with tapestries, where she is already waiting for you, regarding you with her crimson eyes. She says, "You bring word of the Zan?"
Yes, they've agreed to a neutral meeting ground halfway between their city and your own. The alchemist himself, the leader of the Zan, is going to be setting off in 2 days to arrive at it. I'm going to hand wave over the timing that we would have to work out to get them there at the same time as them.
Yeah.
Because I honestly don't want to do that headache math right now.
I mean, realistically, if I remember correctly, Kenneth picked that position, or I guess no,
Because it's equidistant
Taskill.
too.
It's equidistant.
Yeah,
so if you camped out here for 2 days, you could just travel with either the Skizral delegation or head there early yourself.
But I would relay that and talk about how, since the leader is coming, he expects the leader in kind to return the favor of talking of peace, and we are going to be there as mediators, so nobody winds up getting hurt, whether on one side or the other.
Mhm.
And that whether or not this comes with a larger peace talk of like trade or not, that's up to the group of them. We're just trying to delegate peace to where they're not outright killing each other on site. But the rest of that would be up to the two of them to decide on their own.
As you're finishing up describing how the White Widow herself needs to head out, there's some furious hiss clicking from some of the Skizrael guards conversing, seemingly at the Queen, or not the Queen, the Widow. Give me a persuasion.
Okay. No one was helping me on it, so it's a flat one.
Yep.
Oh, hey. There we go. Right
Yep.
when I needed that.
Damn, you're smooth.
Hell yeah.
And I do have that thing that where I start talking like their native accent. So somehow I start talking more like a Skizrael than a dwarf, I guess.
It's more like a colloquialism. Like, you remember how the White Widow talked like very kind of like spacey, and also about like the connection between things. So you probably have adopted a few like colloquialisms and ways of
some
phrasing.
human versions of the mannerisms that she does.
Yeah, that kind of thing. So yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, basically just speaking in, mystic seer speak, if you will.
Mm-hmm. It's 6 more legs. Yeah, so you kind of get the impression that some of the guards are saying like urgent protests or something like this. Maybe you're surmising to the idea of maybe her setting out personally. But after a quick hiss click of her own, the White Widow silences them and addresses you directly. And says, I do not know how you managed to convince the Zan of such a thing, but it would be neglectful of me as the leader of the Skizrael to continue to put my children at risk without doing so myself. We shall prepare our own delegation to meet at the spot to discuss peace with the Zan. You have done a very noble thing, outsider.
And kind of give a bow and some polite thank you, like not my queen, but my gracious widow, or so
Yep.
whatever. And that we will wait here so we can set off with you to the meeting place. Or I guess that would be a question I would ask to the group too. Do we want to set out a little bit ahead of time to make sure the meeting place is still set up for it?
I would encourage us to go ahead of time and ensure that the place is secure, and perhaps even see if we have time enough to try and meet up with the gnome folk, see if they want to be in attendance.
Yeah. So rewind that a little bit. Say that we, if you would agree, then we would set out today to return so we could arrange the meeting place and make sure that the surrounding areas are safe and secure.
Of course.
And unless anyone else has anything, I can't really think of anything we would add.
Mhm.
Somewhere in there, by the way, like when I was talking, I would have mentioned that one of the things I mentioned is that one of the ideas of peace would also be the possibility of trade, though I do not know what the Skizrael might want to trade the Zan for. The Zan probably would have use of their silks as a trade bargaining thing. Kind of put the idea in their head that if they think of anything the Zan might have that they might want to discuss trade when they do meet, it would be worth giving a thought to.
They certainly seem adept in the skill of alchemy.
Indeed. And they're avid hunters, but that seems to be no shortage here. Your people seem just as adept. In a different way, but just as adept.
We can only pray that the strands of the weather web are arranged in a way that this meeting will be as peaceful as you promise. But this has given me hope. As one string tugs on another, which tugs on another, your presence here may have begun to weave a new tapestry for this jungle.
Again, just give a head bow and wait for them to escort us out at this point, because we would. Yep. I think we would pretty much have covered everything else. So.
Yep. Meanwhile, outside, it's just Ivy and Thrum, kind of just sitting in silence for a while. What do you have the giant scorpions doing during this waiting period there, Thrum?
He might go off and give them food and start feeding them, and then come over and visit Eski and petting her and
slit.
Be talking sweet to her and say to Ivy and Ivy, it's a shame.
Oh? What's a shame?
I'm gonna miss the old girl.
Here it comes.
She frowns for a second. I'm sorry, what?
Oh, she's getting a bit long in the tooth, and these topside animals aren't made for down here. This voyage has been very hard on her. And he's gonna be doing a little animal handling, checking her knees and her hooves, and cleaning her where he can.
What are you saying?
It won't be long before her time has come. Just like all things, she has a lifespan, and hers is near the end.
Give me a deception, Thrum.
He's telling the truth.
Yeah, but you're also pitching it like she's getting old. I'm pretty sure it's still midlife yak. They live for like 20 years.
Oh shit!
I didn't know that. And she hadn't seen the sun. I think natural, a cow, if you put it underground for half a year, is probably gonna not do well without any vitamin D.
I mean, it's not a flower, but I mean, some cows spend all of winter in a barn, so But the point is still solid that you're definitely trying to lead Ivy towards certain conclusions.
Mm-hmm.
There's such a thing as lying while still saying the truth.
Man, I'm just planting a seed.
Mm-hmm.
She hasn't asked any direct questions yet.
Just doing what you can to make sure she doesn't knife you in the back whenever it comes time to put an esky down.
Look, man, I just had a 4-year-old who had their first grandparent die. We started like 3 weeks ahead of time with this stuff.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Ivy's kind of quiet for a moment. Goes, wait, are you saying Eski's gonna die? You seem like you're trying to break it to me real softly right now.
Well, I'm not talking specifically to you, but yeah, all things eventually die. Gnomes die, don't they?
Yeah, obviously.
How long is a typical under-gnome lifespan?
Time freezes. The Game Master fiercely Googles something real quick.
I have no idea for dwarves how long 5e dwarf.
Like,
I didn't know if they were one of the odd ones that only live like 30 years.
No.
Dwarves
Dwarves can live to be around 500, and gnomes are about the same, around 500.
Yeah, I just googled it too. It says they can live between 350 to 500 years.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
Aye, well, these topside cows are not nearly as hardy. You're looking at maybe 20 years for something like this. And these creatures on the mainland or on the upside are often raised for food. Some of them don't live more than 3 or 4 years before they're butchered and eaten.
Yeah, but Eski's like one of the gang, you know?
Aye, she is. What's your favorite memory of Eski?
Oh my god, Joe. You're really trying to parent hat this. I love it.
It's pretty good.
You're right.
Oh, God.
I remember the first time you rode on her back.
Yeah. That was good times.
Even when our pets and our companions leave us, we always have the memories.
She's fuzzier than most things you find down here.
He rubs his beard. Aye.
And she's gonna hang out long enough to get the Dammerhall or whatever, right?
This conversation is happening while he is polishing the stick he's going to use to cave Eski's skull.
It's like leather strapping a butcher's knife. No.
Hands her a battle axe, you do it.
He's cleaning her hubs. He's being
Make
smart.
sure you look her in the eyes when you do it.
Take her soul. Alas, to tell the truth, I don't think she'll make it to Dammerhall. From what I know, we're going to have a long voyage down, and this is the last place where there's going to be any food that is fit for a herbivore like her to eat. That's why we've been training those things. They're mindless animals. They're not as furry and soft, but they can live off the same meat that we can.
Processes it for a moment. Wait a minute, you're gonna kill Eski, aren't you?
Well, we've got a few choices to make. I'd hate to kill her as she is a good companion, but the other choice, as far as I can see it, is to leave her here to die alone in the fungal jungle, and that doesn't seem very humane or friendly. It's kind of like what we did to that drow.
Which one? There was two.
The one that we only left half a ration for.
Scratch
that
no
was for.
ration.
Yeah, we left half a ration.
Well, we
Out of
tried
character.
to, but
She
it,
stole that ration.
yep.
Well, if that's how we treat our enemies, I certainly don't feel good about treating Eski that way. I think it'd be better for her to be chewing on a nice mouthful of food and just to go off to sleep and never wake up. And I know what happened. That's the way I'd like to go. Not alone and afraid in a foreign place.
I guess you're right. That makes sense.
But at the hands of all of my friends and family.
She kind of pats Eski's side. I'm gonna miss her though.
Aye. We've got some more time with the old girl, I think.
I hope someday I get to see a doll again. No
Oh
one's
yeah,
told
him
her
and his
what
weird
she
language.
Aye. Maybe one day, after we've found Dammerhall and righted the world, perhaps we could go adventure up top sometime. I could take you through and show you some of the places I've been.
Yeah. She just keeps petting the yak. Before too long, everyone comes back after this strangely paternal moment here. You're so lucky you got a natural 20 there, Cope.
Man, that took forever in there. I'm so hungry I could eat a cow.
Yep. As you're loading up the wagon again, some of you may notice that Ivy seems a little crestfallen, but not like extremely so, or like just someone pondering it, but not having it seriously affect them.
Not the same ire she held for Nolgrim whenever they absconded with the U-boat.
Yeah. Listen, like gnomes can live to be 500 years old, and she's the gnomish equivalent of like super early 20s, barely out of being a teenager. She's still a little on the childish level. Probably around what Fergis's age is, actually, now I think about it.
Nolgrim's right there too, so.
We have a lot of youngins in this group.
And Freya too, I think.
No one asked how old Miku was.
Judging by their knowing stuff that probably happened a long time ago, I'm not sure how old Bazan lived to be.
Yep.
Like, that would be something he would bring up while they were traveling, by the way. It's like, I'm not exactly sure how old that alchemist is. It's probably pretty old.
I think they're fungus and lichens and such that can grow to be humongous, biggest cities and live for ages. I wonder if those can.
Well, best not to piss them off and try to find out. I guess we should start making our way back to the meeting place, and if we want to get on board with the idea Nolgrim had, some of us could sail to the island and have them attend as well. They might make some good mediators.
All right.
Yes, this looks like a job for an archaeologist.
All right, so you guys gonna be moving double time or single time?
I say we do double time, because if we do double time, we can get there and then we can start scavenging what we need while we're doing everything else.
Though we probably won't make a beeline towards like here, so because it seems like the shortest spot.
Yeah. We did say it's only going to take 6 hours to sail from there.
Yeah, water travel is substantially faster than overland travel.
We still probably want the shortest distance because it's also a bit more hazardous, I'm sure, with the stuff that's out there.
Like, well, we can make our way to the meeting place, and then the people that are going to go there can spend the day getting closer, and then sail, and then we can sail with the Underblatt and Himmelswald back with the gnomes.
Yeah.
We'll be splitting the party for a little while, but only for like a day.
What's the worst that can happen?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like we're going to run into a giant or something.
Yeah, and we already rolled 220 so far, so we're unstoppable at this point.
Yes, at this point, I'd say absolutely nothing could go wrong.
Yeah, we're basically golden gods at this point.
Yeah, we're only 2 weeks from retirement.
We could just go ahead and guarantee it.
Just one last score.
I mean, Dammerhall is probably literally right past the Drow Fortress.
I think we checked off all the cliche.
Listen,
Volcano
you guys don't understand. I'm 2 weeks from retirement, just got married, about to have my first child, and I'm gonna get naked and be in this shower.
What could go wrong?
All right, so I assume for first day you're gonna move like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think aren't we double timing it? Oh,
that's why I moved you two hexes.
So we can get there in 3 days. That means if they're not double timing it, that would give us like 6 days for them to arrive.
Mm-hmm. Well, so I think 8 because weren't we 2 out on?
Yeah, but we traveled 1, 2. So
I'm gonna let
6, 7 days or something.
Yeah.
Either way, we should have plenty of time to accomplish what we wanted to do when we got there and go talk to the gnomes as well. And
yeah.
All right. Day 2. 1, 2. I assume that's how you want to move.
Yeah. Probably play it safe and not travel into weird, unexplored places yet.
All right.
It's not like we're going to walk into a pillar full of zombies.
No, it might just be a pillar of men. We might encounter some pillar men, you might say.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then
They're soft.
1, 2. You arrive at the meeting place, and this day Israel set off, and the Zan set off.
Oh God, I feel like I'm in Frogger.
Yeah. Turns out this is just going to turn into part 2 of JoJo's, and we're going to find the Pillarmen in here.
Yeah, I figured you would be the one that got the joke most of all.
But where are we going to get an airplane to crash into a volcano?
Oh, that's why I'm playing an Artificer.
Also, question: if we're talking second season, and we're talking about weird, inane plans and masterminding stuff, does that mean Fergis is Jotaro?
Fergtaro?
Not Jotaro. Sorry, wrong one. Was it Joseph the second season?
Joseph is part 2.
Joseph.
I mean, would you rather be the cyborg Nazi?
I was going to say, we haven't even discovered the Nazis down here yet, so...
Aren't those just the drow?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, never mind. Yes, we have. Don't write off the drow too quickly, though, okay? The Nazis are kind of good guys.
Well, I could see the drow trying to put a machine gun in a person's chest. I don't think it would be for the good of the person.
No, guys, you don't understand. The Nazis are only good because the vampires are worse. So it's okay if we're sympathetic to them.
All right, so it's 2 more days. So
is the place that we set up kind of like we left it, by the way?
yeah, it seems pretty much like how you left it. It has those metal sculptures that Taskill left.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like some of the moisture is that there's some like very tiny normal-sized mushrooms growing around them already. The jungle claims things pretty quickly, but other than that, it seems intact.
So who's on Team Gnome? I guess it'll be probably me and Nolgrim. Anyone else want to come with?
Might use a bit more muscle if we can. So far a bit of rowing ahead of us.
Yeah, so Thrum maybe. Do you want to come with? Or do you want to stay and scavenge?
I was going to stay and scavenge, but I could come with. Depends on what Taskill wants to do. If he wants to go with y'all, I'll stay here.
We also need to
can
plan.
take Freya and her dog.
The dog might be better served here as basically guard, but my also concern is we probably should set up some kind of seating for everybody, even if it's literally just like stones that we can chisel down into seating.
I think that's more Taskill's arena. Yeah, I'll go with you.
So, Ivy, Freya, and Taskill stay here. The rest of us take a day to go see the gnomes.
Make sure we have the boat.
Yeah, we will take the folding boat.
The little bitty boat.
Right.
Obviously, the sail version won't really do us much good, but
Yeah.
So, yeah, we said we were going to take the day to get to this tile.
Yeah.
And then sail from there.
So it is Fergis, Nolgrim. Who else is going to the island?
Thrum.
And Thrum. Yeah. Those of you who are doing rowing, go ahead and just give me an athletics for fun.
Okay, so Thrum, you're going to be on rowing for one of it. How many people do they have to row?
Just an even number.
Okay, so the two of them.
Hey, don't go so fast, boy.
Although if Thrum was to double size,
He would sink the boat.
While you're rowing, I'm just doing that George Washington thing where I'm standing in the front of the boat with one leg up, watching for danger.
Make sure if we don't veer off too far to one side.
Cue the shanty songs from Assassin's Creed.
He's got a little captain in him.
All right, so then that would leave Freya and Taskill and Ivy. What are you guys doing back at the meeting site?
Yeah, clear out the circle and clear some of the mushrooms away from the statues. Think about making chairs because not sure what the spiders sit on.
Yeah, that is a good point. How
Think-
do you make
yeah.
a spider chair?
Oh,
think
they're like
the alchemist had a
chairs,
chair.
but upside down.
Here's a trick question: how many legs does a spider chair have?
God.
All of them. All of the legs.
I mean, even if it's just maybe a couple of round things of stone to mark where the leaders would
Yeah, just
sit.
like put the icon of each
Well, no,
nation up there.
I think it works out pretty easily if you do the math, right? So we have 2 legs, and our chairs have 4 legs, meaning a spider chair would have 32 legs.
Wait,
I'm not sure what math you used to get to that one.
Crystal, I imagine.
Oh god, I'm just gonna keep failing at rowing.
Thankfully, you guys are not pushing over such a grand distance that you're going to start taking levels of exhaustion yet. But you're working some muscle groups that you don't normally use, Thrum, is what I'm going to say.
Like my brain thinking about that chair question.
Eventually, through the swirling, glowing violet mist of the lake, you catch sight of the Volsenstad Island. The 2 ships that you left are still moored at the dock. And even from this distance, you see the faint glow of firelights from the town. Or the ruins of the city, more accurately.
I imagine we just keep sailing towards it.
Yep.
I have no reason to be concerned at the moment, so.
Yeah. Thankfully, you are greeted with the deep gnomes presently. They are well. They seem to have fanned out and been taking a little bit more of a long-term archaeological dig here. You're led through the town by some guards that you didn't catch the name of before. You notice they've got tents. They've kind of spread out the tents a little bit more to use some of the buildings as natural parts to create more permanent lean-tos. And there's large sections where they seem to be extracting the mud in like archaeological dig grids to get to what's underneath.
Okay. We'd probably look for the leader of the gnomes, or ask him to take us to him.
Yeah, Lord
Junius?
Junius, yes. He's currently in like a little supply room that they set up, seemingly keeping task on some equipment and discussing in Gnomish with another scholar. When you enter, he goes, Fergis, Nolgrim, friends, it's good to see you again. It's been a little while.
Explain. Yeah, go ahead.
We've been traveling quite a bit, and bring an opportunity that I suspect you and Yoris might be interested in partaking in.
The last opportunity that you brought to our attention was, and he gestures around, this, so here you are, of course. And gestures over to him, come, refreshments for a moment. Sits down with you. Now listen, if it's another hag-infested rune, I'm not saying no, but...
Ideally, there will be far less hags in this time around. We're doing what we can to ensure of it. Actually, it is a unification of the peoples in this area, and I imagine if you plan on resettling this, or at least bringing your people towards resettling this, not a character, I'm trying to think of the word of it, settlement, it might be good to make friends and with the neighbors, as we are trying to broach a peace among them.
Among the Zan and the Skizrael specifically.
Well, you have been busy in the weeks apart. I won't lie that the thought about rebuilding Vothys hasn't occurred to me. I mean, what minor lord doesn't dream of carving out their own fief in the countryside? But I mean, that'd be quite an endeavor, I won't lie.
And plus, if there's peace between the two of them, they might be open to the ideas of Nomis trade, perhaps. I imagine the silks of the Skizrel and the alchemical knowledge of the Zan might be welcome to any of gnome settlements that you guys came from.
Aye, and a barn raising is often best accomplished with neighbors helping out one another. I'm sure if you join in the alliances that are forged in the days to come, you might have more hens than you may ever expect, should you resettle this place.
And legs.
I was just going to say that.
Give me a persuasion at advantage. This is going to be a pretty easy one. Whoever could give that.
I'll do it.
Do it.
Yep. God, rolling hot rocks today.
I mean, I do have a +7 persuasion. I had to get good eventually.
Well, I'm not 100% certain on what a barn is, but you do speak good sense. And even if I don't decide to settle Vost instead, it would be easier to haul out artifacts if I wasn't worried about some conflict between the Skizrel and the Zan, and trade with them could be a good way to build a city-state. Need to discuss with Fastervold about that. They're kind of a border province, but anyway, I'm just meandering on thought now. Yes, I would be willing to participate. When and where?
So we would relay that information. And then 2 more things. 1, can we have a ride back? 2, and then I would start asking them about how if they've made any more discoveries on the island and spend some time talking to him. And I'm pretty sure he'd probably gush about anything he found.
Yeah.
Nolgrim will definitely want to get on that conversation too.
Thrum's just stuffing his face.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, when you guys were talking to him, I just, in my head, pictured like a future of that it's a civilization of mushroom people, giant spiders, and gnomes, and then I just pictured a giant spider with steampunk goggles, and it's just hilarious to consider.
God, the amount of goggles that would need, though.
It'd be like a Final Fantasy character in belts.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Oh, God. There's genre of drow fan fiction. Spider punk.
Yeah, I should just do that at a convention next time when there's the steampunk people. I'm like, you think you're good? I did spider steampunk.
Now that just makes me think of Doc Ock, but spider.
So you mean that time that Dr. Octopus was in Peter Parker's body in the comics?
Pretty much.
Yep.
I loved that arc, by the way.
Yeah.
It was really good.
I'm not up to date on all of it.
I ain't either, but I just remember reading that arc specifically because it sounded really interesting, and it was.
But yes, you can get a ride back. They will take the Underblad because it's fixed up and faster, because the Himmelsvard is not repaired yet. So they are looking into it. Currently discussing with them. They've kind of had the base camp set up in Vosenstad, but they have been sending some guards up to try to check up and possibly clear out anything remaining in the observatory, because that is the most solid and defensible structure on the island. So a more permanent camp up there is what they're moving towards.
Be warned of the latrines. There were some fungus dogs coming out of them last time we were there.
Yes, we had a couple encounters with them, but they're found elsewhere in the jungle as well, so we weren't completely taken by surprise. Other than that, you get a lot of long-winded archaeological talking about pottery shards and rusted spanners dragged up from the mud, which is all very exciting to an academic, but to someone who's not, and possibly even a casual academic, it's very boring.
Yeah, Fergis would try to be he would do his best to make it look like he was interested, but the entire time he'd be like, "Man, this is boring."
Yeah, it occurs to you about an hour in that probably the big juicy discoveries were already made.
Yeah.
There's not very likely to be a gnomish ICBM buried somewhere around here.
They were all used in the first war.
All right. And then are you gonna? They're gonna take a couple days to get stuff together to head out, but they can give you a ride back now, or you can stay with them until then.
I'd say ride back now.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you get a ride back. That can all easily happen within day 153. So moving right along to day 154. The diplomatic parties are moving closer. You could just let me know if there's anything in particular you guys wish to do at this time, or I can just keep moving the timeline forward.
No, Nolgrim will be if everything's set up. That's you'll probably work on gem cutting, though he will insist that we do patrols and to a certain radius to just make sure that the site itself is free of any infiltrators or would-be ambushers.
Yeah, Fergis will spend his days until the meeting generally just scouting our hex area.
Mhm.
Make sure that there's nothing, like, at least a good 6-mile radius around the meeting place to make sure that there's nothing, like, hiding dangerous around here or anything.
Oh yeah.
And if I see anything, like, interesting, like, like prey or something, I'll make note of it and bring it back to the attention of everyone else. But it's largely just watching for dangers and the like.
Okie doke. Also, I forgot if I said anything last time, but when you guys went to go leave Zan last time, because you guys did pay for it, Thrum's gem was also cut and given to him as well.
Mhm.
I don't know if I remember to say that or not.
Yeah,
but
I just assumed because we were there for a couple days that Ivy
Yeah.
was able to get her antitoxic one too.
yes, that as well. Okay. So anyone who's just looking around to survey the area, you can give me a survival. All right, we're no longer in the spider base. Hold on.
30 points.
Yeah, it wasn't a very good one.
You don't notice any sizable predators or anything like that. That would be a threat to the meeting, Fergus. I mean, it's the jungle, so there are predators, but they're not.
But it doesn't look like there's anything lying in wait or anything.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Thrum, if you're doing the same thing, looking around, you get much the same information as Fergus. However, in some of the Lichen, you do find what looks like drow footprints, because I mean, it could be humans, but it's extremely unlikely to be humans. Looks like a patrol passed through this way maybe 4 or 5 days ago.
He's gonna kneel down and pick up some of the sand, sniff the sand, and use his special.
Primeval awareness.
Yeah.
So within what, like it's 1,000 feet or something, or miles or something? Not 1,000 miles, but
Yes, 1,000 miles.
Within 5 miles of you.
I mean that's about the distance that we're scouting around the
Yeah, definitely.
meeting place anyway. So
Make sure I.
And I don't know where I would be at this point, so I guess 5 miles from wherever that is.
Yeah, I do some rounding, so it's all good.
Okay.
No, there are no currently any elves within a 5-mile radius of you. As I said, the tracks look kind of old, so
Yeah.
maybe a while ago.
He'd do that around the perimeter And
Mhm.
so kind of take the day and widen it as he goes around the perimeter searching.
Yeah, you're not getting anything, thankfully. All right. Oh, it's 2 more days. You're keeping track of the food there, Cope. 1, 2.
Yep.
1, 2. All right. So the delegations are going to be arriving the next day.
So is that a total of 4 days when we made it back from Vothys for them to get here?
Yep.
Okay.
You got the new number for tool unlocks, right?
I believe so. What was it?
It wasn't like 40 minus your intelligence.
It was hold on, I gotta scroll up. It was like 5 weeks. So it was some number of weeks minus your intelligence.
Like it wasn't like minus 3 times your intelligence modifier or something like that.
I think it was just your intelligence modifier in weeks. Scrolling up. So far back.
I'm fairly sure I got it though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did it as well, but it's good to have that knowledge. Sorry, October 3rd, because I did it on, I believe it was that Wednesday.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah.
50 minus int times 5.
Yep. Or 10 work weeks minus your int modifier in
Yep.
weeks. Whatever
Okay,
number.
so yep, I'm good.
Yeah, I have 35, but I have 8 out of 35 for my alchemy, so.
So is there anything else special you guys want to do this last day before the delegates arrive? Also, I hope Cope's been keeping track of food.
He said, yeah, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I've got us 6 days in from when we started.
On this last day, you probably want to do that search of drow within the area, both
Yeah.
now and then tomorrow, just to make sure.
Yeah, he search from here and then go around the perimeter that he scouted. Like a 5-mile circle around where we are.
I'll probably spend this last day actually doing my training on my alchemy kit, since I like in my character's opinion, he probably did a good job of scouting out, but like my character doesn't know he rolled a 10.
Exactly. Yeah. No drow. All right. And then on day 157,
Ambush!
a stalactite falls from the
C5,
ceiling.
I forgot about the ceiling.
The scorpions morph into something else.
My powers don't work in the water.
Yes, the scorpions turn into the scorpion megazord.
It's morphin' time, bitches.
Why did they climb on top of each other and start shouting Mecha Shiva?
Oh, I told him that.
So yeah, this day, the delegations arrive. The Skizral do get here a little bit early, but not more than by like an hour. It's extremely unlikely that people traveling overland would arrive at the exact same time. But it is the White Widow with an entourage of maybe about a dozen Skizral hunters. And then shortly, you see the towering form of the alchemist. The first time you've seen him without a lectern, arrive with a formation of about 20 Zan hunters. Progressing from opposite sides of the clearing. They see you, I imagine you guys are like waiting in the middle.
Yeah, and I think one of us, as each entourage comes, at least one or two of us will go up and kind of meet them midway in the field and, escort them to the meeting place, just so.
I'll meet with the Zan when they arrive, and someone else can meet with the Skizro.
Oh yeah, that's right. Also around this time, as they're like cautiously approaching each other in the middle, just floodlights from the ocean as a freaking submersible beaches.
I was gonna say, for a little dramatic flair, I'd like a candle in the dwarf statue, and then have probably Ivy and one of the other dwarves go and try and light the other two at the same time.
Yeah.
But then submarine.
Yeah, when that thing comes up, they're like, "Oh, don't worry, we invited them."
It's the entertainment.
Yeah, I would go up to the Zan and the Alchemist and greet them to our meeting place with them, and if you will approach with us, and we will make introductions between the lot of you.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine somebody will do the same with this Skizro.
Yeah, who would go up and talk to the White Widow?
I guess Thrum could do it since he speaks Undercommon.
It should be a point of note. I think this is funny. This is literally the first time you've seen the White Widow, Thrum. Both times you went to the Skizral Temple, you never went inside.
Nolgrim will go.
Yeah, then that wouldn't make sense. I'll go get the nuns.
But Thrum, you're seeing an albino spider.
That's one I've never seen before.
Is it like, I forget, is it like complete albino with like the red eyes and everything?
Yep, it has red eyes and a pure white carapace with white fuzzy bits.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because most Skizral are some shade of black or very dark gray with just ink black eyes. Like most spiders.
Yeah.
God, I've seen too many pictures working on this campaign. Anyway.
Yeah, it sounds like my wife's nightmare.
And it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop soon.
Well, we're underground. If we didn't run into spiders after the Skizro, I'd be shocked.
Yeah, it's an entire drought thing. Lord Junius is doing his best to appear regal and confident. Has an almost comically forced swagger coming up. He looks like he has he's got like it looks like it was once like a fine silken cape or something, but it's kind of mud stained now from being on so many archaeological digs. But he's kind of got it like wrapped around his middle, trying to do like a toga like thing, like maybe like a sash, and he's just trying to figure that out. It might occur to some of you that the reason why a gnomish noble is way out in the boonies doing an archaeological dig is he might not be great at ruling people. Nice guy, but not very official.
I think some of us in the party could relate. First.
Well, that's like 2 of 2 for gnomes with his positions of authority.
He's not an idiot, at least. So yeah, you all have in the past rolled enough high persuasions with all the parties involved that the warriors on both sides do kind of hang back so that we and the alchemist can approach each other in the center of the clearing without, a bunch of people with weapons gathered around.
I will say that I will probably stand between both of them and make introductions like Alchemist, White Widow, Alchemist.
Lord Junius.
Lord Junius, this is such and such. I'd probably try to exacerbate their titles as much as appropriate. I imagine the Alchemist just wants to be referred to as the Alchemist. He doesn't seem much one for flair and dramatics.
Yep.
But then I would introduce Lord Junius and the White Widow as however I could think. In character, I probably could think of something better than out of character.
You could probably do it like with the correct accent for each.
Yep. I mean, realistically, she doesn't have much of a title. She's just White Widow, priestess of the Forever Web.
And that would probably keep it more concise. Will probably help keep things amenable.
Yeah.
The alchemist does release his communication spores so he can communicate telepathically with everyone. So it's Fergus is in the midst of the negotiation. What's everyone else doing at this time?
Probably off Fergus's left shoulder.
Thrum's going to stay attentive to the perimeter.
Nolgrim will do the same.
It'd be up to you, Gombo, what Ivy would be doing.
She wouldn't be in the middle of the negotiations.
I don't think
That's
so.
both not her scene, and also she's aware that she could only make it worse.
Probably hanging out by Esky then.
Soaking it in while she can. What's Freya doing?
Freya.
Mhm.
So I guess just because I have the steel defender and I can't be surprised, I'll do like perimeters around the place.
That'd be good. Seems like a solid, vanguard or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, the four of us. Spread out.
Okay. So let's see here.
The cleric and the future king, and then negotiation.
Yeah, that checks out. I'm not going to get super in depth on what the exact word for word of the negotiation is at the moment, because that can get pretty banal. And in
I
real
really
life, it
wanted
would-
to hear you role play this out. Point and counterpoint yourself.
Oh, would
Mushroom
have
versus spider, go!
would it have been possible to retcon a bit when they were on the island and have Nolgrim encourage Lord Junius to bring his map of his travels, just so if it does come to drawing up borders, they have a pretty accurate representation.
I think
Sure.
ours is probably better than his at this point.
Well, mine was a copy of his, so I imagine the
Yeah.
original's probably a bit more. Well, then again, Nolgrim's also been kind of.
Yeah, you've
Yeah,
added on all this up here.
That's true.
And the whole lake. He doesn't know the whole lake.
That's true.
Gombo, just to add before you tell us like what the discussions and stuff, I will say that anytime things start getting like heated on certain discussions, Fergus will do that thing where he tries to divert the subject into a different matter and basically mentioning, let's establish some good plans first, and then we can go back to these issues.
Mhm.
Where he's trying to like diffuse anything before things get too heated in any one direction.
And probably
Yeah.
also establish a common ground, so
Yeah.
a foundation of where they all kind of a baseline agree upon.
But yeah, anything that does start getting too discoursey, like let's save this for later and we can work on common stuff.
Yeah, the beginning of negotiations are probably the most tense because it's it's mainly them bringing up any of their past actual violent clashes between the two
Yeah.
people and what
Airing
they ran into.
grievances.
Yeah. Even though that he may not be a great administrator, Lord Junius is helpful here as he hasn't really fought anyone and he's had peaceful interactions with the Zan before and he hasn't really stepped on the Skizrouse deal. So he's kind of with you there, Fergus, on the whole like steering it in a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
So this won't be a super hard DC, but give me a persuasion at advantage. As basically Junius is giving you the help action.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
This is really where my character shines. I built him to be
Frickin'
diplomatic
statecraft
guy.
up in here.
Somehow you just got Lord Junius's cape.
My hair somehow billows in the wind that doesn't exist.
Freya, while they are doing that negotiation, you're patrolling the perimeter with your steel defender. And you notice a small amount of movement in the fungus underbrush for a moment. Like a rustling that moves away from you. Michael?
We got a breach on perimeter 3.
Michael's being a mutant.
It was Michael all along.
Check in. Checkpoint 3.
Yeah, I think just to be safe, I'm gonna send the Steel Defender over there because it's just some rustling that I see, right?
Yeah, like obviously something was doing it. But it definitely seemed to have started as you got closer to it. Like within 40 feet.
Okay. Yeah, thinking that it's probably just some kind of small animal, I'll tell the Steel Defender to bring it over here. Just to make sure.
Yep, the Steel Defender goes in. Disappears from your line of sight for a moment, and it comes back maybe 2 rounds later with nothing.
Okay. I guess I'll try to meet up with someone and tell them, because there were Thrum should be out here, right?
Yep, he's also patrolling the perimeter.
Yeah,
I imagine you guys are just in the tree line from the shore clearing. So
yeah, I would
Yeah.
try to find whoever else was keeping an eye out and just let them know that I saw something rustling around in the
Go
underbrush.
there and look for tracks and see if I can't sense any drow nearby.
all right, give me a survival first.
Okay.
To see if you notice tracks. Okay. You don't really notice any tracks due to the already kind of like muddied ground, especially after the Steel Defender goes through. But you do your kind of primeval awareness sense thing, all the tiny little telltale signs about nature that you and experienced outdoorsmen can pick on. And yes, there is a drow within 5 miles.
Do I have a feeling of their? Let's see.
Yeah, it says that you know their numbers and the general direction and distance from you.
1.
It's probably
Got it. It's her again.
yeah. It's that one we let go. Let's keep our eyes
have a
sharp.
Do
And
you
let's
have an
not.
approximate distance?
It says the distance in miles, so it probably isn't that
It's
precise.
within 1 mile.
Okay.
All right, she's right around. Keep your eyes open, but let's not interrupt what's going on right now. Hold the perimeter until these peace talks are over.
Okay. Back with Fergis, in the middle of the peace talks, you managed to kind of stir away from the more tense topics, and they're now kind of discussing their interests in the jungle and what their cultures and civilizations want. This is a very interesting part of the negotiations for you, because as they are both listing the things that they draw from the jungle, it is slowly becoming apparent that they are actually not in competition for any natural resources.
Well, that's good news.
Yes.
What do they draw? Like, why did the Zan go on the hunting things?
They use, for them, it's a mixture of certain alchemical ingredients. This is all negotiation. Fergus would be learning, as well as they sometimes use the meats as fertilizer for their new young, as well as there is a sort of training warrior tradition. They are not mass hunters, whereas the Skizral, when they do hunt, they do it for sustenance.
Mm-hmm.
As such, there's not a whole lot to worry about in conflict there, as the amount that the Zan collect is very small for their population size, and they don't actually really need it. It just makes it easier for them. But other than that, things like water sources, minerals, that kind of thing, they're not really in conflict on anything.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
Wait, do spiders poo?
Yes.
I imagine everyone poops.
Yeah, did you read the book?
What?
Everybody poops. It's a book.
Especially predators that dine particularly on, protein and other animals probably have a pretty rich nutrients.
Yeah, but is their poo only liquid like birds?
That strikes me as a thing that I would think of now.
Hey, Gombo,
not that, but
does your research cover that that level of detail?
I don't know about spiders, but I will tell you, Cope, as someone who has been shit on by a bird, there are solid chunks in there.
But they liquidate or liquidize? Liquidation? I don't know.
It's a
Most
hybrid.
of it becomes liquid because of their size and to keep them light.
Small birds, goose poop is quite solid. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah, God, it's
something I would bring up when they're talking about resources and stuff too is, now that I think about it, one of the things that they could really benefit from trading is a lot of alchemical ingredients would also function as dyes, including for their tapestries if they should need them.
Oh yeah, that is a really good point.
So while they might not need every single resource they gather for their alchemical stuff, or maybe there's byproducts that they have left over afterward that might make really good dyes for their tapestries, they could maybe trade those in exchange for some of their silks that the Zan could use for whatever they may need, the textile durability that they have.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of put those two together. I'm like, that could actually be a really mutual beneficial trade.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, carry on.
Lord Junius is also adding in his own knowledge because gnomes, with their tinkering, have good knowledge on produce preservation and storage. Something that both the two societies don't have as much knowledge of either. So he was bringing that into the mix. Oh boy. Hope Googled it.
I was just interested.
So solid waste equal fertilizer.
It's basically like birds, where they just poop and pee at the same time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it could be worse. You remember the Skags from Borderlands, Richard?
Mm-hmm.
It was stated in the lore of that game that they eat and poop through the same hole.
Ew.
They're like, no wonder they're mad all the time.
I'd be mad all the time too. I'd be right pissed off.
Yeah, so phase 2 of the negotiations doesn't require you any roll or anything because it's not really a lot of conflict here.
Mm-hmm.
Back on the perimeter. Are you guys doing anything to alter your patrol routes?
You always get Ivy involved because she's kind of just sitting and waiting around.
Actually, yeah, that would probably be a good idea if you want to. Because, I mean, Nolgrim's also patrolling, but I imagine you guys informed him that there is a contact of sorts.
Yeah, I would, as I patrol over to Nolgrim's side, I'd nod him over and say, that one last drow we let go, I think she's spying on us right now, so don't panic or anything, but just keep your eyes out double time and head over there and see if you can't get Ivy to keep a lookout and help us patrol too.
Nolgrim will nod and make his way casually over to Ivy and bring her in the loop and ask if she's up for some spy versus spy shenanigans.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Also, if any significant time has gone by, like I guess about 30 minutes, he would want to check the earth and the wind again and see if more drow are coming into the area.
Yeah, because it's been about an hour. No, it's still only one within a mile.
Okay.
Nolgrim will say that, the three of, or the, I guess, four that are patrolling will be the overt targets or the overt sign, and that Ivy could be the one that, slinks alongside out of view and
Yeah.
Takes
spy
advantage
versus
of the
spy.
distraction sort of thing.
Have Ivy give me a stealth roll then.
Dun, 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 dun.
Tactical
Like
diplomacy.
the night she is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, obviously we'd be doing perceptions to try and see if we can't see a hidden drow somewhere in the...
Yeah, well then roll me some perceptions too.
That's for Ivy, by the way. 16.
Nolgrim, the ever alert.
Right. He's got a reactionary perception. If something hits him, he's more likely to find them.
You see, he was distracted because he found some leftover food in his beard, and he's like, ooh, you can...
Just takes the bomb, folds it up, sticks it in his mouth, starts sucking on it.
Freya, help us
Freya.
out.
Yeah.
Very good.
He's just on a super lag tonight.
Sorry, my connection's been going in and out, so I'm having a hard time hearing people.
Do you want to make a perception? We're scouting and looking for the drow.
Yeah.
The good news is, even with the disconnects and stuff, now that we have recordings, you can go back and hear anything you missed.
There you go.
That has been nice, because the last couple of games I've had to run out for stuff, and I was lost on what was going on. All right, everything's good.
So, Freya and Nolgrim are continuing their patrols as normal.
I'm pretty sure they left.
Does Steel Defender have a perception?
It has a passive perception.
Ah, okay.
If it got to actively roll that all the time, it would start snowballing pretty quickly with
Yeah.
the number of perceptions.
True
it
enough.
can't be surprised, and when it's near Freya, she can't be surprised. So I feel like that's fair enough.
Mhm.
But Thrum, you're doing your patrol when you do notice slightly silhouetted by some of the purple light of the glowing shrooms trying to huddle in the shadows in between two, a distinctly elven form that's kind of watching the clearing. Probably going to notice you any second because you're not really hidden. However, when you do look up, you do notice on top of that said mushroom is Ivy, and she gives you a little wave and points down.
Nice. Then I'm going to do the slit throat motion and immediately charge.
Okay. One momento. All right, you can give me that at advantage attack roll there for Ivy.
Okay. All I picture is, by the way, Thrum running over to try to attack this person, and then the song plays as he trips and falls on her. And you all know what the song is.
No.
So would this be her using her bow, or would she be like jumping down and stabbing at her?
Which do you think she would use?
I don't know. You said she was like above her?
Yeah. Either one would be applicable.
I'll just do the short bow.
Okay. It exactly hits her AC.
For 13.
All right. She starts to move away when she sees Thrum coming towards her, and then the arrow hits her in her shoulder, and she says a curse in Elvish, and she immediately starts trying to run away, like not even trying to fight this thing out. But it's definitely that one drow, Hestia. You got her name was.
Mhm.
as she's trying to book it.
Well, she's faster than me, so any chance with the surprise that I had of already charging before she got up?
Well, we're not really in like a combat thing, so it just kind of depends on how creative you're going to get with this thing.
He wouldn't have. Yeah, he would have. Once he realized she wasn't up and running, he would have just stopped. And don't come back.
Trying to think if Ivy would have anything to really do.
Yeah, and then just say to Ivy, good job. Keep it up. Keep a lookout and stay in the shadows because she's bound to come back.
So I guess she'll go back to stealthing and skulking about. Yeah, that advantage on stealth and darkness is really nice.
It is. It very much is.
Okay, continue.
Meanwhile, back in the negotiations, things are actually going really very well now. It's definitely moving in a very productive direction. The seeds that you planted with both the Skizrael and the Zan are kind of coming up naturally in conversation between the two now. They're two very different peoples, but their views are not necessarily mutually exclusive. You know, one is very alchemy, science-based, and the other is very religious, but you know, that doesn't invalidate the other. And it actually looks like more than just...
Wait.
Yeah?
You're wrong. They totally invalidate each other. Sorry, just had to get that out there.
Yeah, the Skizrael religion seems to be holistic, and the mushrooms seem to be wanting to try to understand everything. So
these people cannot coincide.
Listen, Go. Problems in life only happen when someone tries to view the world through one paradigm to explain how the world works.
One of these is right and one of them's wrong, and they're going to have to convince the other.
It looks like they're actually moving beyond just a simple non-aggression or ceasefire, that they're actually looking at a full-on official alliance between the two. Definitely both the Skizrael's kind of desperate situation of needing to survive mixed with the Zan's pragmatism of wanting to make like a stronger united front of the fungal jungle. Was there anything that for like any sort of future relations maybe with your people, Fergus, that you want to insert into the negotiations at this time? Or do you just let them be them?
I would mention, I wouldn't put heavy emphasis on it because this is more about the two of them. But basically along the lines of if the dwarves are eventually to recover their home, we were going to be looking towards making a partnership. I've already spoken to Lord Junius about this, and I've mentioned it casually to both the White Widow and the Alchemist at times. But when time comes to the point where we are going to be trading, we would be more than happy to assist both of the groups here, or all three of the groups rather, and as well as have open trade as trying to figure out a supply line for our people as well as theirs for any need that might arise. And we keep in mind that if the dwarves were to come down, if we are to recover it, I'm pretty sure we would have a more direct line to the surface world then. So anything they might need from there that they can't get here in the Underdark might present itself in the future as well.
Yeah, give me another persuasion, not an advantage. Don't worry, if you fail this one, it's not going to spoil the milk. It's going to see how well, for future kingdom building, how well you start off at.
16, about middle of the road.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. Yeah, they're definitely open to future things if you manage to reclaim your lost homeland.
I mean, it makes sense that it's the 16. He's not very convinced of himself of the whole thing himself either.
Oh yeah.
He's like, I'm talking out my ass right now.
Hey, remember, Fergus, I don't know if that was the right time to say it, probably not, but we do want the Skizrael to help us like they said they would.
Yeah.
Well, that was a separate deal with the White Widow.
Yeah, I didn't think that'd be the time
Gotcha.
for the meeting to bring
Yeah.
up. It would be afterwards that, like, hey, we helped you broker peace. We would like to have you help us when we can take the keep to help us get down to the lower levels of the Underdark. Because I'm not sure if they're actually going to wind up helping us fight, but
If they can just get us on the wall, I think that's all we need.
yeah, if we can get past that gap, and then when we're taking the keep, we can get down that hole because it's a long drop.
Yeah. So, after about another hour and a half of negotiations, the Alchemist and the White Widow eventually on this ground. It's currently a handshake deal, but there's plots to make it more of a permanent, actually written down thing. They form the compact of what they are calling Shroom and Silk, aligning their two peoples together, with room for the Vostenstad Deep Gnomes if they decide to go the direction of reforming their city-state.
The Shroom Silk Road.
Now we just have to defeat the Drow and we win a diplomatic victory.
I mean, we are on a hex grid.
Oh my lord. Excellent. And we've established the Pentagon here in the middle.
So yes, there's a few more details that need to be settled out for future trade, but they're going to begin discussing how best to send messages between each other. But you don't need to actively be involved in that, Fergus. It would seem that the negotiations went very well, Captain, getting all the natural 20s.
Yeah. So I would step aside and let them discuss among themselves. We're not going to leave the area or anything. I want to keep an eye on everything, but let them kind of handle it themselves.
When I see Fergus move aside, I'm going to approach him and say, aye, that little bitch Drow that we let live is slinking around. She's been spying on the meeting, and we missed her, but I think Ivy got a shot into her. We need to warn them before they leave and be checking for traps on their way back, because she's bound to foul this up somehow.
Fair enough, but at the same time, I couldn't help but think that might have actually benefited us in us rallying them against the Drow. It is probably preferable that she didn't get involved. Because nothing like a common enemy to boost our alliances, but it seems I did my work well enough that we don't need that.
I'm just worried when they're on their way back. Make sure they're checking for traps, because she's bound to put something in there to mess them up.
I'll casually mention as we say our goodbyes to the both of them that we noticed some Drow footprints around the area when we first arrived, that they might have left traps. That should be good enough to give them attention to detail without drawing the direct influence of, hey, there was someone skulking about of your meeting.
Well, both parties are planning on camping here for the rest of the day and setting out the next day. So
yeah,
Good.
So between all the Zan and the Skizrael, it's pretty fortified. Though Lord Junius does get back into the Underblad, saying that he's going to get back to the dig site because he's got the speed to do that. This is just a trip to Wendy's for him.
Well, trip to Wendy's when there wasn't a Wendy's in your town.
Listen, Kenneth, you don't know where I've lived. I once lived out in like the boony mountains of Northern California, and there was an hour drive into town every day. So
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, I have my choice of Wendy's. So that went as well as could be expected.
Yeah, it went very well. You guys haven't seen any more signs of Hestia lurking around, but you're unsure if he is still nearby or not.
Out of paranoia, Thrum would continue about every hour just to check to see if the readings have changed any, if he senses any new drow entering the area.
One drow, and yes, within a mile.
Yeah, she did drop that one patrol on us.
He'd go check our carts and Esky and the scorpions and things to make sure she hasn't sabotaged anything.
Yeah. So far, it looks like everything is intact in one piece. At some point, the White Widow will approach Fergis and say, "The negotiations have gone better than expected. It is good that the peaceful intentions were true. Now, you requested help from my people to yours."
Indeed, and I'd fill her again in on the details of the fortress that we found out about how there's that massive gap before the wall, and then seemingly no way to get in without having to either scale the walls or force them to open the gate from the other side somehow. About how the hole is enormously deep and we have no way of lowering ourselves. And if obviously the second part would be easy for the Skizrael to help with us with their silks and everything, and their just natural ability to probably climb on walls. The bigger, more direct issue is surpassing their front barrier.
I shall send 3 of our finest hunters to meet you at the tunnel entrance. They will assist you in any way that you deem necessary, either in combat or in descending the great jumping off point. Though to move your supplies, at least 2 would need to survive the battle.
Well, hopefully all of them will survive. We don't wish to put any undue stress on your people. So
that would indeed be what would be preferable.
Out of character, Gombo. Sorry, before you go on.
Yep.
She's sending the hunters. The hunters also can weave webs too. It's not just the weavers that can do that.
Weavers. It's not a biological thing. It's a career vocation, basically. Okay. Weavers just do it professionally. So they might not be able to make you a fine silk set of bed sheets, but they can. I mean, the hunters set up web traps and shit too. So.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just double checking if it wasn't like one of those things where like 2 hunters will go out with a weaver and the weaver will weave the web and so on and so forth.
No, it might not be stylish, but it'll be a pulley, you know.
And then one more question before you go on is, there's only like one entrance to the area where it's the gate, and it's like very visible when we enter, correct?
You haven't actually been to the fortress yet, but she was referring to having them meet you at this hex over here.
Yeah. Okay.
I need to take a bio break. Is it okay if we take a pause right here?
Yeah. Feels like a good middle ground here, as you guys are going to kind of get decide what your next step is. So
I'll level up anyway.
Yep, and you're going to be leveling up. So. Back.
Yeah, so
I suppose I can just do that now then.
So we'll be level 5 then?
Yeah.
All right.
Oops. I'm taking that first roll because max HP for a fighter level is nice. Oh, sweet. My persuasion and deception are now a +9 instead of a +7. You get 3rd level spells now, don't you? As a cleric.
Yeah, 2 slots, and I don't think I've added any spells to my known or prepared lists.
Yeah.
Since,
I just add all the spells every time I level up. In another game I'm playing, I'm actually playing a war cleric. And I've just been adding every spell I get because I can swap it out each rest. So
on the bright side, I can now destroy undead. Yeah, I believe it's at CR level half because...
Which is a lot of undead, surprisingly.
Yeah, zombies are that.
Yeah. Although that's
the best spell, in my opinion, is still Spirit Guardians because you basically just make an AoE around you that every time enemies go into your radius, they just take damage.
Guys got some good rolls this session, is all I'm saying.
I know. I did see my HT roll. I rolled a 10.
Nice.
I'm like, nice. I need that. Because my last couple have been minimum.
Mm.
So now I have 47 HP as a rogue fighter hybrid. And I have Action Surge.
I could make the zombies animate dead's a 3rd level spell.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel very much like something a god that has a group that worships their ancestors would have, but...
Yeah.
If you're going the healing route, Beacon of Hope's nice, because when you do it, you have advantage on wisdom saving throws for the creatures you target, and they regain maximum number of hit points whenever they get healed.
So, obviously your character might not thematically do it, but create undead actually doesn't suck in this 5e.
It just takes a minute to cast. That's not like one of those things you use like immediately.
Yep, but it doesn't have a gold cost per skeleton, which is very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mass healing words 3rd level too.
Nothing like spending 10,000 GP on animating skeletons and then having one fireball kill them all.
Hey, look, a 1 minute casting time spell for clerics. Motivational speech. You gain advantage on wisdom saves and 5 temporary hit points.
I'm back.
That is one thing I hope they add a lot of in the new book coming out is more spells.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I know they are. I just hope that there's a good amount of them because, especially like 7th to 9th level spells for pretty much any class, kind of very situational. Like 8th level for clerics, you get Holy Aura, Earthquake, and Control Weather. And those are like your 3 choices.
Yeah, we're leveling up.
Jesus. Yeah, they buffed create food and water a little bit. 45 pounds of food and 30 gallons of water.
Mm-hmm. Is that a 1st level spell though?
3rd.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
can sustain up to 15 humanoids or 5 steeds for 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And spoils if uneaten after 24 hours.
Yeah, so that's basically feed your people for a day.
Yeah, so if you don't mind depriving yourself of 3rd level spells, keep track of food for that day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's still a decent spell.
Yeah.
Especially with our long travels we've been having.
I'm going to be swapping out my Eyes of the Runekeeper with Ancient Book of Book of Ancient Secrets, and the 2 rituals spells I'm taking is Find Familiar and Comprehend Languages. I think it is.
You're not going to be able to read everything forever again.
Well, I can. I just have to do a ritual to do so.
Uh,
You can also understand any written language that you see, but you must be touching the surface. So either way, I get it. It's just a ritual rather than permanently in place.
Meanwhile, Gombo heaves a sigh of relief.
Oh no, it's literally the same thing.
Yeah.
I know, but you can't just walk by something and be like, "Hey, I understand everything now."
The only reason why the obelisk gave me a pause for a second is because the people wrote the frickin' book with nothing for that.
Yeah.
Is it possible for me to ask, probably be the spiders actually, if they have any incense for sale? Or if they could provide any when they bring their soldiers to meet with us? It could be a valuable spell component for me.
The spiders don't have anything, but I would say incense can factor underneath an alchemical item, so you could probably talk to the alchemist while he's here in this clearing.
Okay, you would check with him then too. Basically, you just need at least 10 gold worth to be able to do the Find Familiar.
Yeah, I'll say he spent some time because he doesn't sleep so much, and just makes a mushroom compact that then hardens into sticks of incense for you, pro bono. Just 10 gold one time.
I'm going to be vastly grateful for his assistance.
Now I'm curious what the hell Nolgrim's going to make as a familiar.
I think a bat would be a pretty decent starting one.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
I mean, then you just have to find if you ever even want to change it, you can always just fucking
10 more
pay
gold.
the gold again, yeah.
Yeah.
That, and then I know you can like see through it too, so it's very good for scouting.
Although at first I'm trying to let me see what.
Yeah, that'd be a good scout. Make sure it's a local bat that's found in these areas. I don't know. Because you could just scout the whole wall and stuff flying around up there.
Mm.
Advantage on perceptions that rely on hearing. And they have blind sight of 60 feet, so they don't actually have dark vision in this.
They use echolocation like real bats.
Yep.
That always weirded me out in Pathfinder why they had dark vision instead of blind sight.
I still don't understand why cats don't have dark vision, though.
Yeah, that is a good question.
Or at least low light.
So I'm trying to figure out if I should go owl that will have dark vision of 120 or bat that has blind sight of 60. Probably blind sight 60 because probably blend in a lot easier. Yeah, I think I'll just go bat.
Okay.
I don't know. Owl can sit on top of your shoulder. Bat has to hang underneath it.
Bats can land on your shoulder. They don't have to hang.
Just kind of grip on like
Hangs
a bat
up your
buddy.
chin strap.
It just hangs from my beard.
Yes. Actually, hangs from your chin. Your beard covers him.
There you go.
Bats can crawl.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
I exactly.
Oh, owls are technically better, but they'd probably be a good way to alert people that were around. Cause
Yeah, that's
owls
what,
In
aren't
the middle of the
around.
Underdark, they're like, is that a fucking owl?
that's what I'm thinking.
Who
Bat's
who
pretty
said
low
that?
key given the situation.
Screw the owl. That's
No,
yeah.
just work together with Freya and get that mechanical owl from Clash of the Titans.
Yes.
There you go.
Just imagine that though, just some drow standing on a wall. They're like, is that an owl? One drow raises the bow. It was.
I think it'd be more like, what's an owl?
Well, they do surface rays.
Yeah.
Gombo, making sure you're still cool with this feat. Cave owl.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that.
Okay. I mean, I know you were.
Yeah.
6 months ago when we started. So now I can grapple things harder. I don't know. But if you're gonna go for a feat or go for a build, go all out.
One more level and I'll get my first feat. Or no, 2 more levels. Sorry, I take it back.
I believe that if Michael's leveling up, Freya actually gets her second attack this level.
Her and I think Nolgrim? Or no,
Yep.
Nolgrim, not
Not my
50.
second attack, but my cantrips do get a buff
Okay,
up now, and I get
that's
2
right.
Eldritch Blasts.
If anyone casts cantrips, check, because they usually bump at this level, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have a combat cleric rather than a casty cleric, so I don't think he does combat cantrips.
Does our proficiency bonus increase? Yes, it does.
All
Right.
your proficiency bonuses.
So my
regardless-
deception and persuasion are now +9. So if you thought I wasn't good at talking before,
And also my rule about hit points stand that if you roll under half, you can take half. So
and let's not get in that argument again, Cope.
By half, is it so on one day? Is it 4 or 5?
on a D8, that would be a 4. It's literally
Okay.
take the maximum you can roll and divide it by 2.
Okay.
That's why I was making the joke.
Yep.
I'm
And then
just staying
Loki gets
quiet.
asked.
I don't know how to word it, but y'all know what I was talking about.
I knew what you meant, and I understand where you're coming from.
I think
Like,
that's
I
the
was never
difference.
arguing with the fact that you were wrong. It's just
I think that's the difference between the half and average. That's why I say
Yeah.
half.
Yep.
not
makes
half of
perfect
the
sense.
average, literally half of the number. If you had like a pile of
Yes.
8, and you
Mhm.
took that pile and put it in half.
Cope is right if I said take the average.
Mm.
He's a little too old school for us. When they said half, they probably meant average. Also, he's
I always had
banking.
trouble with that as a kid. Like when you have to take those tests, half, average, mean, and you gotta remember it's been like 30 years since I had to learn that and forget that stuff.
Mean, median, and mode.
Yeah, all that good stuff.
eeny, meeny, miny, and mo.
Don't you fucking
Yeah,
bang
what the
things.
fuck? How you gonna tell me these are all the middle? How you gonna tell me these are all the middle, but they're all different numbers?
I'll show you the fucking middle. You want the fucking middle? There it is, right in the middle of your chest.
And as for the spells I took, I got rid of invisibility and replaced it with Spirit Shroud, which is a bonus action. It's a bonus action concentration spell that allows me to add 1d8 to my damage when I hit a creature within 10 feet of me. And I also took Thunderstep because get out of jail free card's pretty handy.
Thunderstep is a very nice one.
Yeah, Michael's in luck because he is normally fighting with a crossbow, and normally it takes a bonus action to load for your second attack. But because of his infusion, his crossbow is semi-automatic, so that's not an issue for him.
I was holding out hope that you were going to get that basically the black tentacles of this game, Loki, the Hunger of Hadar.
Yeah.
I'm like, that would be nonsense.
Mm.
But I think I've had enough bad experiences. I don't need to relive it.
Right.
Hey, don't worry. I'm sure as soon as you get to it, you're going to start summoning greater demons.
At next level, I'll be able to raise shades or whatever. I'll probably thematically want to reskin it as, dwarven
Ancestors.
spirits.
Yeah. So yeah, we can progress when you guys are done with your level up there.
Yep,
I'm
I'm
gonna
good.
take that away from you.
Mine was super easy. Literally HP and action surge.
I did all my prep yesterday, so I already pre-planned my spells and just arranged it so I just remove stuff that's no longer viable.
Aside from tracking down which book this domain spell's in, I'm good.
Oh, I can find that for you real quick.
Pretty much any domain spell is going to be in the main rulebook.
Oh, well, it's because Forged Domain is not from the core rulebook.
I know, but usually I thought they had that thing where they don't let subclasses have.
Half the time, they're really good about denoting what book it was from in 3.5, but I'm not seeing that marked on the Xanathars.
Here you go. Go to that link there, Kenneth, and then it has links to the spells.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like you get elemental weapon and protection from energy.
Yep.
This is some nice spell options.
Next level, I start making homunculus. Homunculi.
Get a load of homunculi there.
Homunculi.
Level 5, our proficiency bonus goes up to 3, right?
Yep. Let me check.
So we should all be getting better at everything we do. Does that mean Ivy leveled up too, or is she still at level 3?
I have a companion level up track I'm keeping tabs on, so not yet.
Gotcha.
Yeah, she started out leveling up one-on-one with you guys until level 3, but then she's been on a different experience track.
No worries.
She will reach level 4 when you guys are about level 7.
Damn.
I mean, that being said, she's still doing a good deal of damage, and she's very sneaky. So
Yeah. It's just the HP that's going to start becoming an issue.
yeah, I can always readjust my formula if it comes down to it.
Yeah,
but
if it does. A lot of times we'll leave her behind to watch the cart anyway.
Unfortunately, she's also a back lines fighter.
Mhm.
Pot shot, guerrilla fighter, all that good stuff.
All right, so on the new day, the Skizrael and the Zan part ways to return to their respective cities. The White Widow has already dispatched 3 hunters that will be waiting for you at the tunnel entrance. They're pretty self-sustaining, so there's not really a time limit on that.
Yeah. Give them a short blessing for safe travels as everyone's getting ready to leave.
Do we need to take one day at a time so we can replenish some of our supplies for our mushrooms and such? Or
Well, now I can just pull it out of my ass. 'Cause
that is true.
Travel, but...
As long as we don't have an encounters, hey, free food.
Mm-hmm.
And we're at a good point right now where we can make a decision. We have 500 pounds of food all in the bag of holding.
Okay.
So we could completely leave our cart behind and just ditch the scorpions, or we could get rid
The
of
issue
this.
arises, we also have a lot of supplies, like my arrows. If I start running low, I have no other way to replenish them.
So this tunnel up here, did we say that the cart won't fit at all, or was it just
no, it would definitely fit.
It was just the problem that Eski was a large creature, so she was the one who was going to have trouble.
Oh, no, Eski could go into that tunnel, no problem.
It just gets a little awkward turning around, but it's still possible. It's just...
And it was the fact that we don't know what lies past here.
Yeah, we don't know how to get down and other stuff. There's other issues that
And we're
arise.
running out of mushrooms.
Yeah, there's a supposedly a great vertical shaft on the other side of the Drow Fortress, but you're not there
And that
yet.
was part of the reason why we needed the Skizrael to help us down, was to bring our cart. It was probably, although not likely, feasible possibly to scale down ourselves if we planned it really well. But
So we have 4 days of mushrooms left if we want to take our time and scavenge as we go.
that, or you can sweep the leg now and we can have the scorpions cart us.
Ivy wanders in around that time, hearing you guys discuss food, and thankfully Mrs. Fergis talking about sweeping the leg. And
That was
scorpions now.
non-canon.
I know, it's fine. She mentions, didn't we leave some stuff at that one hollowed out cave over that direction? She's referring to Boar Force 1.
That's true. Let's see. Boar Force 1 had... but it wasn't significant. It was just 60 pounds of boar meat. I don't know that boar meat is an issue. We've got...
Yeah, it's mushrooms that we were mainly for Eski and her food supply.
Dwarf can't live off just meat alone. Meat and beer, he's fine, but In the absence of a good brew, we need some mushrooms or some kind of vegetable.
If only there's a way to make mushrooms into beer.
If there was a magical way to create mushrooms and other food supplies. I do still say we travel at a normal pace and start picking up stuff as we go.
And there's 6 of us, and I think a large creature counts for twice. So
like, you could probably, like, if you don't wind up spending the spells, use it, and then we can start having a stockpile as we go. And we can just travel a hex a day until we get to the drow tunnel.
And the scorpions are medium animals, right, Gombo?
Yeah, they are medium.
Speaking of the drow, what do we want to do about the drow that's been shadowing us? Should we try to force a meet or encourage a meet?
Sounds like you want forced to meet at the diplomacy.
Oh, the scorpions are large. Sorry.
I think it was more of a deterrence from encouragement to mind her own business in that regard, but at the same time, I see it as a just penance for her sending the scouts after us instead of her. So,
if I get my hands on her, she's dead.
We only said we'd let her leave that once.
Aye.
Indeed. Unless we actually want to just start doing circles around trying to find her. If she's skulking us, eventually she's going to make her way back to the keep, and I have a feeling she wants to have the control for herself, and she wants us to do the dirty work.
Most likely. 'Tis their way.
I have a feeling by the time we're done there won't be really much for her to claim, so...
Ivy speaks up and says, well, if we're worried about being followed, if we go back into the tunnels rather than these wide open spaces of the jungle, it's a lot easier to see if someone's tailing us. After all, they can only be behind us. I can drop down, hide behind a stalagmite. Boom.
Aye. You're quite good at that as well. We'll see.
But assuming we manage to take the fort proper, who are we going to leave behind to man it? Would not do anybody any favor if we just clear it out and let the drow reclaim it. Unless if we have somebody that's dead to us, or at least a tentative ally.
If any of the Skizral are alive, we could send them, with word back to their people and maybe to the Zan and see if either one want to come and fill the void.
Or what about the gnomes? They could send people to Fastervault to start shoring up the defenses of it, and they could have it as a secondary town, or even there's another gnome civilization farther down.
All three could man it.
We've built a few bridges down here, but now it's time for crossing them.
Yes. The question is how we're going to make it over the walls.
We know the password.
Yeah, the password. Do we have any way to disguise ourselves as drow? Because that seems like an issue we're going to have.
I heard a good idea once.
We're not using a body and pretending it's alive.
I imagine the bodies over there are rotted anyways.
Have you heard Nolgrim do a fake drow voice? It's pretty convincing.
I have to disagree. But
let's get up there and use that fancy telescope and see what we're looking at.
Depending on the style of bridge, if it's one of those ones that you have to crank to open or something, it might be an issue. If it's one that you can literally just drop with a pull of a lever or something, theoretically, me and Ivy could ride on top of one of the Skizral and slink down from the top while they're not looking and just open it.
That's all the plan, but let's get moving. We can talk while we walk. We got a long way to go.
Might as well start uncovering places as we go, so we can go like this.
Hold on. I was on another page. 1 second. Loading back in.
My ruler's still up, so you can see where the path.
Okie doke. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. I'll just add those now before I forget. That'd be 6
and then we can we can scavenge as we move. We're just doing one day at a time. So.
And have we modified a harness to fit the scorpions at this point?
You never said that you did.
Okay,
You can start working on that while the rest of us
I'd ask
scavenge.
Freya and Taskill to work on that.
The various buckles and straps would probably be a good use of the prayer.
Yeah, the leather's the tricky part to get.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
we have a perfectly good cow right there.
But then you'd have to tan it.
Yeah, who here is proficient with tanning tools?
No, but I've got good ropes, and we can adjust the.
Yeah, we have lots of ropes and a lot of different other junk that's in our. We have leopard pelts. We can make some fancy ass straps. Some leopard pelts.
just roll up in your pimp mobile being pulled by a scorpion.
Oh yes. Well, if we use leopard pelts for the harness, we're gonna have to cover the seats with them too.
Fortify the wagon and pull the drive-by.
All right, everyone, guns sideways.
Already ahead of you.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to remember that joke for when we eventually do Ravnica. Because some people rolling by on a magic wagon firing crossbows sideways feels like something that would actually exist.
I'm gonna take this extra mushroom wheel we have and tack it onto the front, in front of the driver's seat, and cover it in leopard pelt too, just so I can lean back and hold onto a wheel.
But seriously though, any serious cart modifications can't be done while you're in motion.
Yeah, but they can work on the straps and stuff while we're traveling.
No, I meant like if you were to upholster in hypotheticals here. I know we're just talking shit, but I was just like,
doing the small stuff while we're moving or when we're camping or something. And then when we need to do the big adjustments, we can do them then.
So first day, no encounter.
So
if there's no encounter,
you want to feed us?
Yeah.
Do you want to do the one big foraging roll at the end, or do you want to do multiple small?
And let's just do one big at the end, I think.
Yeah.
Save the effort, really.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we get bad rolls, we have a fancy cleric feeding us now when we're not in encounters.
So this bread of the father.
So technically, this could be a possibility of 6 days with no food being lost on our part and being fed by magical means. Which, thinking about it, that probably would be an experience for a lot of us because we've all just been eating the same
Well, it specifically says that this shit is tasteless and bland.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's probably going to be different, tasteless, and bland than the stuff we've been eating.
That's so much better than these damn mushrooms.
Yeah, I was going to say, it might be a repetitive flavor, but mushrooms do have a flavor.
They do, but they're still repetitive.
All right.
I mean, have you ever eaten the same thing multiple days in a row and eventually you're just sick of it and you don't want to see it anymore?
Yeah.
I did eat the same thing for like 4 years, and all my friends made fun of me. But I still love it.
What was that? Now I need to know. Cope, don't hang out. Hold out on us.
He's too ashamed to.
I used to buy the family packs of discounted going old pork, and separate it out and freeze it, and have like a month's worth for $7.95, and then I would eat a can of beans. Grill a pork chop and eat a can of beans every night. And that's pretty much all I ate.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, I've seen weirder things, so that's. I thought you were like something really weird that you ate for 4 years.
Ramen, nothing but that.
No, but I'd mix my beans up. So like I'd go pinto, kidney, Great Northern, all around.
Yeah,
I make sure I got all my food groups.
I had some budget problems at the start of 2020, so I went about 2 weeks eating nothing but ramen, and I don't need ramen anymore.
Yeah.
It did fix the finances, I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah.
Eating 2 of those 50-cent packs a day.
See,
really
I tried that, but my problem was
budget.
I'd eat like 2 of the 6-packs of them a day because they just wouldn't fill me up. Soup doesn't fill me up, and noodles. I had to have meat.
It has to have some protein in it to fill me up. Yeah.
Well, ramen, I would agree with you, Cope. But I was just gonna say is that like you say that if I ever met you in person, that you'd get me to drink within an hour. I guarantee I could cook you a soup that would fill you. I make pretty hearty soups.
Yeah,
so
if it's got some
here.
protein and some meat in there.
Honestly, what I did with ramen to make it like when I was having issues with budgeting when we were in Nebraska, I would crack an egg into it and stir that shit around.
That'd be good.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
I had a friend who just wouldn't even cook it. He'd just put peanut butter on it and eat it like that.
I've done that before. I've also cooked it, added the chicken seasoning, soy sauce, and peanut butter, and stirred that shit around. It's honestly like
it's like a Thai soup.
It's like a ghetto pad Thai.
Yeah.
Anyway, carry on with the game.
Yeah, let's. You want to go
and now I'm
this
hungry.
direction, right?
Yeah, uncovering this one and this one over here.
Okay, cool.
Every now and then, Nolgrim will send the bat behind us to see if anybody's following.
I forgot to narrate you getting a
Yes.
bat. When you do perform the ritual, your intention is kind of drawn up towards the cavern ceiling.
Mhm.
And at first, it almost looks like a little patch of darkness is seeming to coalesce and take shape above you when it suddenly turns white and you have a tiny little albino bat as your familiar now.
Ooh.
It's not one of the huge varieties of bats. It's like one of the small ones there about the size of your fist.
Yeah. But nice little gift from the ancestors.
Careful. They're cute when you're being careful, but then that guano is hard to get out of your clothes.
One of the ones like with little pug noses.
Mm.
Because I know bats.
Bats are awesome.
Bats are great.
Air dogs.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here.
They're rats.
All right.
No, they're doggos.
They are not sky rats. I'll tell you that. They're
That's pigeons.
Let's be completely clear. Fruit bats are sky dogs. Cave bats are fucking monsters.
They are amazing and great, and I will protect them with my life.
Yeah, if we're gonna start flying rats, that is pigeons.
Yeah, for sure.
100%.
True.
100. Yep.
Yeah, true.
Because I once did find a bat in the middle of the day that was for some reason sleeping close to ground level outside a red robin. So I just kept all the people that had never seen a bat before away from it so it didn't freak out.
God, and in New York, you gotta just love all of the fucking pigeons who know exactly the amount of distance they need.
Yeah, just so that you can't take one step and kick them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right.
And boy, do they need a kicking.
They let you get real close, but never close enough.
I've just been moving you along. I've been rolling. You guys haven't gotten any random encounters. It's the most bizarre thing. I've had other sessions before where like every other hex you guys got a random encounter, and then all these hexes since you left Zan, nothing.
It seems we've truly brought peace to the fungal jungle.
We've wiped out all of the denizen.
So I think for Cope's note taken for food, I think these 6 days then we didn't reduce our food costs because we've been having.
We only need 22 pounds right now a day.
Yeah, that's very possible that you can earn that much with this survival roll.
Who do we want Ivy to assist to give advantage to? I would say Thrum.
Thrum, because he doubles the take.
Yeah. So Thrum will get advantages. The rest of us can just roll naturally.
Mm-hmm. How I'm
Another
doing...
day, another thriving ecosystem destroyed by the protagonist.
All right, so Taskill doesn't find anything. Thrum finds some stuff. Let's see. Okay.
Did you want me to roll any sort of perceptions to see if managed to find a certain drow tailing us throughout the trip?
Let me do these real quick, and then you can roll some perceptions.
Okay.
Is anyone else going to be doing survival?
I think that's everyone
Nolgrim
that
would probably be perceptioning. So.
wasn't doing perception already rolled there. So
Yep.
Well, we can't exactly stimulate the pottery market, and we've already got enough animals, so we don't need the tall grass.
Just gonna roll all y'all together. I'm just determining what that number would be. And similar amount. Yeah. Over the 6 days, you managed to collect 49 pounds of mushrooms.
How many pounds? 49. No.
49.
That's good.
You doubling it helps immensely there, Thrum.
That's a lot of numbers.
Yep.
Hey, that means we had added it to our existing mushroom pile, so all the better.
Very good.
There's bound to be something we can loot from the drows, so maybe we can actually find something more tasty than just eating plain mushrooms.
As you guys are returning to the area where you fought the drow guards and first met Hestia. Sorry, I almost forgot. Roll your perceptions there. Why don't you give me 3?
All right, and I believe it's at advantage, correct?
At advantage because you're using your familiar to help out.
All right. How many do you say?
3.
3.
While he's rolling, I will say the best thing about the familiars in 5e is the fact that you can have them disappear and then reappear whenever you want them to, so they don't have to be out with you all the time.
Right.
Yeah, you don't see anything trailing you.
Okay.
Well, no drow anyway. Maybe some forest predators that lose interest at some point.
When Thrum does his detect, does he sense any drow nearby?
No.
Okay. Share that with the group.
Anyway, as you return to the cavern edge, which I believe chronologically you guys were here 2 months ago.
Something like that, yeah.
Because according to my count, you're about halfway through month 5 since you entered the Underdark. You see the slightly too well put together stalactite elevated area that Nolgrim remade. And making themselves known, you do see 3 giant spider forms of the Skizral hunters making their way down towards the ground. They seem to have spotted you. But near the entrance to the tunnel, there is no drow, but you do see a familiar form waiting for you of a Zan hunter. It is Miku.
Aha.
Hey.
Good buddy.
Greetings and salutations.
Are there any signs of fallen drow, or do they just not replenish the front?
There's none here currently, it would seem. Mickey releases a spore and greets you and says, "Hello. I am glad to see you have made it here again."
Have you come to join us on the rest of our journey?
If you would have me. The alchemist and many of my people do not necessarily agree, but they do understand. There is much world beyond the jungle, and though I could have an important role for my people here, I believe that my place is to see beyond.
Hey.
I suppose you never do know what's going to be in the future for your own people, so good to find out other things than what you're familiar with.
Yeah, addressing all of them gathered, the spiders and Miku. Hey, it is an honor to have you fighting by our side. Though I don't know enough about any of your cultures, and I hope that I need not know this information, but what should we do if any of you fall? What are your people's traditions?
Miku just says, if I fall, then I do. Leave me where I may. One of the Skizral hunters speaks up, which it takes you a second, but you kind of recognize his voice. Is that if you guys remember, a long time ago over here, you ran into two hunters that were hiding, and they had like a trap. He's one of them. He goes, "It is the belief amongst the Skizral that we will be reclaimed by the Forever Web in due time. Just prevent any of our exoskeletons from being put to nefarious purposes like the hag had, but our spears shall otherwise be fine."
Solemn nod. Very well. Seems that they have not reinforced this forward position. There may, though, be patrols along our route.
And we shall be prepared. We took the time while waiting for you, this still Skizral talking, to trap some local food. We suspended it in pouches up there. We will be more than capable of sustaining ourselves for the journey.
Good news then. Perhaps I'm not sure how tight these corridors are going to be in certain areas, but perhaps the Skizral will stay in the rear for at least the initial journey, and those of us that are smaller and sneakier can maintain the front and try to get an eye of things before we are noticed by anything.
The Skizral hunter speaks up again and says, "Before we set out in earnest, the White Widow bid us to give a gift unto you who helped secure the alliance with the Zan." One of the hunters comes up and holding between two manageables is a stack of what looks like white silk cloaks. And that hunter says in its own clicky voice, "Woven by the widow herself." And I shall now give you guys a handout, as you have all been given Skizral weave cloaks, even Ivy. A little homebrew creation of my own.
Fancy.
A most excellent gift, humbly received.
Miku speaks up now and says, "Yes, this is a reminder." He pulls out from his little satchel that he has now a small object kind of wrapped in a loose hemp of woven. What's the word I'm looking for? It's Zan mushroom fabric, basically. And says, "Though the alchemist did not agree with that I should be accompanying you on your quest, he did wish me to give this to one of you, a particularly rare specimen. May find useful." And I am now showing you another item you just got.
Of course, it's a stab shroom.
I had to use it at some point.
I mean, how could you not? It was perfect for an Underdark campaign.
And there was a fungal jungle and mushroom people that used alchemy. I'm like, the stab shroom.
Looking around at everyone else, like, I suppose I'd probably be the best utilization of a dagger, if anyone objects.
I enjoy cutting my meat with it, but that's about it.
This is poisoned. I doubt you would want to cut your meat with it.
Out of character. It's just tempting those natural ones, though.
I know.
Favorite.
That's also why I want it, because I'm like, if someone's gonna do it, it'll be.
If you're going to go down, you're going to take everyone with you.
I mean, to be fair, you are a dwarf, so
Yeah.
you would have resistance to damage. You'd have advantage on their constitution.
True enough. True enough.
So I'll go ahead and add a stab shroom to my inventory.
Also, Miku has officially joined all of you guys as a companion character, so I'll let you see and control his sheet.
Woo!
There we go. Underneath cohorts, you should see Miku Hunter now.
Mm-hmm.
Question: is the dagger attuned or no?
It does not actually require attunement. It is a magical plant.
Gotcha. Just double checking.
Yep.
You never know what some things are gonna be. So.
Totally reasonable.
He casts fist. Sorry. Every time I see it.
Oh yeah.
That's some sizable constitution and strength there.
Mm-hmm. He's a beefy barbarian lad. Myconoids, which is his race, they're actually they're pretty tough customers.
Out of curiosity,
Yep.
If you think about it, a ballista bolt is just a really large non-magical arrow.
In a way.
I wondered when we were going to go there on this. If we're all holding a corner of the cloak.
It
So-
is considered a siege equipment now, so.
Damn.
Okay.
My idea is if the opening to the where the gap is, because I imagine there's going to be some kind of opening before we get to the just sheer drop. If it's far enough away from their walls, we could, like at least those of us that are stealthy, ride the skizrail up the wall, and with these cloaks, we could drop down silently on behind the wall and open the gates for everybody. And that could be an option. We still have to see the area before we can make that assessment.
Yeah, I think we get there and then have some
Good
time
plan.
to brainstorm.
So, yeah, me and Ivy and whoever else might be stealthy could probably man the front, the wagon in the middle, and the skizrail in the back.
Yeah, I'm not stealthy like y'all, but I mean, in normal terms, I've got a +4.
I was going to say, as long as it's like a +3 or higher, it's probably sufficient enough.
Like what I send my envoy in advance as a subtle scout to give us an idea of what we're facing against.
So I'll say that maybe we'll stagger it, like Fergis and Ivy being like, I don't know, 60 feet ahead of Thrum, and then the bat is ahead of us. That way
Okay.
we're all kind of down a line. We're not just all bunched up in case there is traps.
The battle
Yep.
probably be pretty far ahead. Just scout trying to get a lay of the land more so than anything.
Also, keep in mind, when you're seeing through your familiar, you are blind and deaf yourself.
Yeah, I imagine when he's doing
you-
that, he'll probably be in the wagon.
Yep, that's very reasonable. It's something important to keep.
You can still.
Yep.
The good thing is you can still feel. So if something's happening, someone can
Yeah.
slap you and
Yep.
you'll know.
Yep, yep.
Mhm. All right. So on day 165, you advance back into the barren stone of an underdark tunnel, leaving the glow. What am I say? Halcyon glow of the fungal jungle behind you.
Oh God, everything's dark again.
Yeah, it's just pure black and bare stone from here.
I'm gonna put my short sword in the cart so I can lighten my load
Mm-hmm.
because I'm starting to get a little overburdened. And also with that stab string, I'm better off just doing 2 daggers.
So the tunnel continues to wind through the earth up and down, but ultimately starting to angle a little bit lower. So another day.
At the end of the day, in the beginning of each morning, Thrum's gonna detect for any drow in the area.
Yeah, this first day, no on either.
And I assume as long as we don't have an encounter, Taskill's feeding us.
Yep.
Okay.
After this first day, I would say conserve spells because you never know what's going to come up. But I didn't think we were going to run into anything the first tunnel.
Well, if I make it before the long rest, it'll last until the next long rest.
Yeah.
That is true.
The end of the night.
Like, start track.
And he does produce more than we need as a party, so.
Yeah, but
Just shout out.
pushing
I know
it
it goes
between us,
fast,
the
but I'm
spiders,
saying-
the scorpion, and all.
Well, the spider said they had food for themselves. So
Yeah,
I don't think
they-
they eat. I don't think they eat like just regular food.
Oh,
Yeah.
they do eat animals and stuff, but they seem to have bundled up quite a few things. They have like these web backpacks right now.
Yep.
I
It's
just
just
figured they ate them while they were still alive.
Milkshakes.
most spiders do, but Israel have the benefit of being thinking creatures. All right. Day 166, you continue to advance down the tunnel.
Man, are we going to get there at day 169? Then I can say nice.
If you're doing it every day, still no drow. Thrum.
Mm-hmm.
The sonar you're getting back there. Nolgrim is that the tunnel is still continuing on. Your familiar isn't really finding anything ahead of you so far. And the night eye telescope is not super useful right now as the tunnel keeps bending back and forth, so you lose sight lines pretty quick.
I figure there wouldn't be much really long range viewing. My main concern was traps and having us all bunched up on the wagon, and then something happened to that, and we're all fucked.
But hey, if we have a straightaway that's longer than their dark vision, nice to catch them unawares.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
As if there's a straightaway on this thing. Look at it. Look at it.
Seven?
And basically, the instructions I'm giving to the bat is go half mile ahead of us, scouting for any sight of any living beings. If it spots anything, come back to us. Otherwise, just hold position until we're in range for me to give it new assignment, and basically just repeating that.
Yeah.
Go, let us catch up. Go, let us catch up.
Pretty much, yeah. Or if they spot something, come back and let us know.
Still the same eerie quiet of the Underdark on day 167.
Still no encounters, though.
Glad to be back in here. What do you think, Fergus? Remind you of the first few days? I remember
I
those days.
hate it, and I hate you.
Those were great days. Think of the camaraderie we built.
I'm starting to remember why I regretted coming with you guys.
A lot of tunnels ahead of us.
Like, he just has to stop himself from shouting every time. He's like, why is everything black and white now?
Pledged to the much-loved land that gave us birth, invincible, romantic Dammerhall's earth.
So that's a weird question. I wonder if they have dark vision, does that mean dwarves can see when they're in the womb? Because that's gotta be surreal.
Can they
Technically,
open their eyes?
Yeah,
well,
that is the question too.
that's the thing. Because technically speaking, if you want to get gross, Richard, if we could have opened our eyes in the wound, we would have saw because light penetrates the skin.
Yeah, I guess so.
But let's not get weird.
Don't worry, I'm already Googling it.
Still, one of my favorite moments for this campaign was like session 2 when the topic of human milk cheese. I'm like, Cope, you don't mind your search history? Google it. And you're like, already on it.
I was. My wife greatly enjoyed that comment.
All right. On the next day, as you're rounding a bend, there is a very narrow side passage But what's interesting about it is that though it is only about large enough for one medium humanoid to go through, and the tunnel beyond it looks like it's that size for a while, it's not a natural passage. It looks deliberately carved, and it's got looks like it's deliberately carved out of the stone, and it has drow elvish runes written over it.
What do they say?
It says the Dark Road.
And we weren't told about anything of this when we questioned, right?
No. Ivy sees this and speaks up and says, "Oh, I have a theory about this. It's something that's been bugging me ever since we left Fastervault. It's how did that drow army get all the way through the fungal jungle without being injured by the many large predators that live there?" Miku releases some spores and adds in, because I imagine you guys have been talking about your past experiences up until this point. And he says, none of the Zan hunters reported a drow force that size moving through the jungle in the time that you were talking about. It is possible that this is an alternate path towards Yor's town.
Yeah, we did go down that path for a couple days. This to the west of Fastervault.
Mhm.
It is very likely that with all the tunnels in this whole area, there could be connecting areas.
Didn't I see a whole bunch of drow tracks in that tunnel?
Yeah, they definitely came from that
Right.
direction.
Thrum's gonna check this tunnel and see if he picks up similar kind of marching forces. Although it's
Very,
been 2
very
years.
old. Yeah, it's been a couple months. It's very old, but when 100 drow march single file, it leaves marks. Yeah, they definitely went through this direction.
As we're talking and we look at Nolgrim out there, there's also the area that went towards that Crystal Lake or whatever it's called.
Yeah, Ivy says, "You're right, the Lake of Diamonds. If I was a betting girl, I would bet this lets out somewhere near that."
That's what I was thinking too. I knew that there was going to be some kind of route from one to the other, but
The interesting thing, I've talked to traders and stuff that have been to the Lake of Diamonds, and they've never reported a narrow passage that bypasses the jungle. I mean, that's one of the main reasons why people don't go exploring this far north in Upper Azathir.
Well, I'd bet my beard they've got it disguised on the other end.
might be something to look towards if we dispatch the drow quickly. Might be a good way to make a route from Fastervault to here to shore up this fortress's defenses.
In general, I think this fortress could make an excellent trading fort for the residents of the fungal jungle.
That's what I was thinking.
It could be a communal hub for multiple people, not just one. Because the one thing about the whole alliance is they don't really have a common meeting place. This fortress could serve as a very good trade post for a variety of people, not just the Skizrel, the Zan, and the gnomes, but if the dwarves ever get their heads out of their asses and figure this out.
Standing side by side on the wall is one solid way to cement a companionship.
And then no one would have direct dominion over it, really. For one having superiority over the other, it would make for a nice balance.
It's a fine plan, but a mighty big if.
Yeah, let's see about killing all the drow first. Just chasing them out. We can also take some prisoners. You never know. But I've seen the way you guys are zealously pursuing any kind of drow we've come across. I hold out no hopes of any kind of...
Don't apologize, boy. I knew you'd come around sooner or later. There's hope for you yet.
Honestly, I have not given up on our character. What was her name? Hestia?
Hestia, yeah.
I haven't given up on her being at least a neutral acquaintance rather than an overt ally. Seems that she has as much to gain in our success as anybody else does.
Well, then why did she lead an ambush against us or put us into that trap?
Well, you know how I mentioned about how having a common enemy might have solidified the alliance? It could have been that she wanted us to succeed so we could deal with her cousin. So by having a drow appear and attack them and then disappear, that could have cemented their need to ally themselves together to deal with this threat.
And who better to ensure that a hunting party gets annihilated than to direct them to a mightier force than to try to take them out, 7-1?
One of the Skizrael hunters crawls up on the wall, hearing you guys talk, and says in Undercommon, "Oh, sounds like an old hunter's trick. When you're being pursued by a predator, you draw it by an even larger predator and hope they kill each other off while you escape."
Yeah, that's a good thought there.
My thoughts exactly. I'm glad we are of the like in that thinking. So, like I said, I would not discount her in assuming that was a tactic meant to lay us low rather than to get somebody off her back and give us a bit of potential advice or insight as to the Drow forces in the area. But
in the meantime, she has nothing to gain from attacking us from the rear, so I don't think we have to really worry about that really right now.
And when you said you found her lurking around the meeting site, you said she was on her own, didn't you?
Aye, she was the only one for miles around.
And she was making no overtly hostile gestures as far as I figure. She was just seeing what we were doing.
Not that I know of. Maybe she was throwing pieces of goo at me again. Bitch.
I mean, she probably just wanted to see you again there, Thrum.
I don't know. It sounds like Nolgrim's the one who's fallen head over heels for her.
All I'm saying is I think it's a bit hasty to counter as an enemy.
You've been underground too long, boy.
Ivy speaks up. "I don't know. It was Thrum that had his hands all over her."
Yeah.
And I've heard some colorful comments that you made that lends more towards sexual repressed feelings than anything I've ever heard, I have to say.
Also, we've heard about how you've described your ex-wives. This seems right up your alley.
Actually, that's a fair point.
I mean, if anything, it sounds like an improvement.
Oh, my ex-wives, as far as I know, were all dwarves.
Yes, but the way you describe their temperaments, I can't imagine it's much different. Anyway, let's move on. And
One day I hope you know true love, boy, so you can see the joy that I've had to go through.
Yeah. I'm
sure Hestia is looking forward to it.
We are forcing the ship so hard.
Meanwhile, that comment just sends his hand in his pocket to twirl around on a ring and continues to move down the path.
As we pass this junction, Nolgrim will leave the bat behind, and just as a rear guard or as a rear scout for a day, just to see if there's any sign of anybody following.
Okie doke. Next day, 178. Cavern continues to wind on. Oh, sorry, 168.
I say it was a long conversation, but
yeah, 10 days. Your familiar returns to you, and there was no traffic there.
Okay.
Thrum would check the area for drow again. Anything he can sense?
Yeah, still nothing so far.
Okay. I don't want to keep spamming it on you. I just don't want to.
No, it's totally reasonable.
Like, oh, you turn the corner and there's a fortress.
It's only 1 mile, which on 12-mile hexes is not a huge.
It's 5 miles.
Oh, I thought it was everything in a 1 mile radius.
It's a 5 mile.
Either way, it's still not terrible.
Yeah. Still, half day, quarter day travel?
Yeah, so if I did it like twice a day, I could cover pretty well. I think it's 5 miles. I think that one was just within 1 mile of us.
Yeah,
it's 5 miles.
So basically at the start of the day and at the end of the day?
Yeah.
169.
Nice.
And here it is.
On. Moved off screen, and now I have to redo that. Beal. tunnel continues to wind on.
All right, he'd start doing it 3 times a day, once in the morning, once at midday, lunch, and then once before bed.
Once in the evening, one at supper time.
Yeah, thankfully people have enough, especially with the Skiz route, you've got more than enough hands that you can have 2 or 3 people per watch very comfortably now.
Yeah, because we're going to get close to patrols and stuff, I imagine, if Gombo ever hits a random encounter.
So I gotta say, this audio track you're playing, by the way, every now and then it has like a weird sizzle.
Yep.
And it just makes me think of a bomb being lit. Like, I'm conditioned to hear that sound. I think there's like a bomb on the other side of a wall or something.
Funny that you mentioned that, because partway through this day, and no, this is not me joking. This is me telling what was going to happen. As you're traveling, it starts as just barely a feeling in your feet, but then all of a sudden the entire tunnel starts shaking with like a tremor. And dust starts coming down from the ceiling.
Does Thrum know if this is natural or if this could be some type of enemy?
Give me a knowledge nature.
Predator. Ugh.
If it's a purple worm, we're all fucked.
Yeah.
You're pretty confident this is a natural tremor. There was a similar one when you first entered the Underdark months ago.
Just a shaking of the walls, boys.
I hate it.
There's a hiss snap sound as a crack appears in the wall next to you, and then the shaking stops.
Father Earth giving out a little gas.
Sarah's remarkably active.
Yeah, gonna look at that crack and see if I know what causes it.
Without needing to roll, because when I say crack, it's more like the stone like shifted in the spot, so it's not like there's anything through it. But it, to your best knowledge, you're still pretty sure it's seismic activity. It was not like insanely violent, so whatever causes it, you're not near the epicenter. When something like this, it could be, not that you would know these exact terms, but using real life science, this could be like shifting tectonic plates, which you'd never be able to figure out that. Or it could be far away volcanic activity in the mountain range. It's too hard to tell without being closer.
Gotcha.
Or it could just be a god wanting to make a cup.
This is also true. Still, it's very nerve-wracking because cave-ins are like instant death. Multiple hexes could be consumed in a cave-in.
Rocks fall, everybody dies.
Yeah. But other than that, nothing else really happens that day.
That would be epic if you took us through like 4 books and then
It just instantly kills you with no roll. You would not know the amount of patience I have.
That's the thing. If we ever piss you off enough, you always have the option of literally rocks fall and everyone dies.
I just get you guys. I just pull a George R.R. Martin and get you like really attached to the characters, and then I just kill you all.
We all just. Meanwhile, back in Festervault, your real characters have been pre-made for you.
You will now escort my OC as he accomplishes.
I mean, you say that, but I've literally heard horror stories about GMs
it's a
doing
very real thing, and it appalls me why GMs would do that. But what do I know? I just try to make sure people actually have fun. So you guys progress down the corridor on day 170. And today, when you do your mid-afternoon drow sensing ritual there, Thrum?
Yep.
You do sense drow.
How many, how close, and what direction?
Around midday, so you're about 4 miles out. They're down the tunnel from you, and I'm not going to click over to my map and spend the next 20 minutes counting up all the tokens, but
no. I feel like it should be more like
Just use
dozen,
troll
is
math.
there
1 too
50, is
many
there 100?
lots.
Yep. It's definitely a fortress worth.
Aye, boys, we found it. I can tell by the smell of them. We should park our cart here. They're about maybe a half day's away. Walk and secure a little area for Eski and the scorpions who need names.
So one thing is we're gonna have to have someone watch the wagon. The most likely person to do this, I think, would be Miku. I would turn to him and like as I'm saying this, like, no offense to you, my friend, but we might need the stealth approach, which means we might need Ivy, and we need somebody to watch our backs.
He releases spores and says, if you're just doing reconnaissance, I can stay back here. But if you're doing the actual assault, I would recommend that we hide these closer in case you need the assistance.
Yes, this is just the reconnaissance at the moment. We'll decide what we're going to do after that.
Aye. Do we need the full force, or do you and Ivy just want to sneak up there?
Maybe just me and Ivy can sneak up and at least get the sight of their wall and the general area.
Nolgrim, can you keep an eye on them with your little friend?
Oh, yeah, I could do that. And give you the relay to what's going on up there to the group that remains back here.
If something really goes sideways and they need to rush in and save our asses. So yeah, I guess I'll roll some stealths.
Yeah, roll some
No,
stealth.
we'll hand out is familiar to whoever wants to give it a piggyback ride.
I
Ivy
imagine
will let it hide under her hood.
That works.
Oof, Ivy with the 10.
Do you play it, Gombo, where if we stealth in a non-combat situation like this, we can say, Ivy, you forgot to put your cape on your back or something?
You failed me for the last time.
This is just the stealth of the approach, so we'll see how it goes as you get closer.
Okay.
As you, Fergis and Ivy, creep through the tunnel forward, it kind of hooks and bends, and you can tell, especially with Ivy's greater dark vision, that it begins to widen up, and you can just vaguely hear the sound of light padded feet shifting around in the larger cavern up ahead.
When y'all took the telescope, right?
Yeah, I have the telescope to see dark vision through.
Mhm.
So if I say that, I would use that to see if I can get any better distance for the path, or see if it forks or not.
Yeah. You see where the cavern is going to open up, and you vaguely see very, very dim lights from that up ahead. However, before you advance in there, because once again, you do know the drow have 120 dark vision, so they might see you. You feel Ivy tug on your sleeve and points upwards towards the ceiling. It's above your dark vision, but you're able to use your night eye telescope. And you see that there's a small landing that if you freehand climb up, it's a small little space where you could probably be prone and get a slightly higher elevation to look at the cavern.
Okay. So I'll have her stay down and have her give me a boost, so an advantage to climb up there.
Yep. You can just
because I don't want to waste a climb potion on this right now.
Yep, you can hit me with athletics. At advantage, of course.
Because I need it because I'm at a +0.
But 14 is good enough. So yeah, you scale up. You get to a little section. Ivy is far enough back that her 10 doesn't trigger the sentries. because you see the Drow Fortress, and I actually have an image for you guys. So 1 second. Now, there's a few little inconsistencies in this image that I'll need to correct for you. But,
Ooh.
I like how they designed the map and everything, and then they have inconsistencies.
well, for one, the bridge is actually up at the moment. They
Yeah.
described it as always being up. And over here, you see this gate. It's described in the book as going all the way to the ceiling, or the cave, because there's a tunnel beyond it. That's the way past the fortress, but it's sealed.
So you can't climb over it.
Yeah, you can't climb over it. You have to go through it. But this is the wall here. It is currently manned. I don't blame them for not putting all the drow in this picture.
The
wall-
stick drow.
Yeah, the walls are lined with 8 drow soldiers. There's 2 on each of these what looks like light ballista mounted on the walls.
Mm-hmm.
And beyond it is the main tower and a small watchtower. You can see through your night eye telescope that these are arrow slits here for firing out, so it's reasonable that that's probably also currently occupied. You can only just vaguely see some lights in there. Drow don't need them, but they sometimes do it for aesthetic. There is a small door that barely appears in this image here, but that you can see. But the real thing that Hestia didn't tell you about, that you're just noticing, is all these spikes here. They're about as tall, if not slightly taller than you are. And it looks like it's a garden of magically shaped stone taking the form of twisting and crisscrossing blades and spikes. It's not just difficult terrain, it's moving through it. A careless movement could have you skewer yourself in this garden of deadly stone.
So while could potentially be used as cover, it's more as likely to cut you up if you're careless.
Mm-hmm. And then there's also just a really deep pit in front of the wall here.
Does it look like it's moving? Like, are these things?
No, they're if he could sit here for 20 minutes and they're definitely just stable.
Okay, so they're not
they're
like black
clearly
tentacles or anything.
They're clearly shaped by magic. Like, stone would not form either points that sharp or at that radical of an angle.
How about that connecting bridge? Does it look like?
Their force perspective is a little bit strange here, but it looks like it's not like a walkway. It looks like it might be an internal tunnel connecting that tower into the center tower.
So can't just drop down onto the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, if you crack through the stone, maybe.
What's the gap, roughly, across the bridge to the land here?
Roughly 5 feet.
Well, that's nothing.
And then 15 feet up on the wall.
So
So
this is 15
you can
feet up.
easily jump 5 feet, but then you need to hang on to the edge of the wall.
We do
Okay,
have some potions of climbing if we're
it's
the worst.
it's only a 5-foot gap between the lip and.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
I'm comparing it to the actual combat map right now, and that's how it worked out.
Okay.
It should
It's
be
just
noted
it's just
that
15 foot tall.
the wall is 15 feet tall,
Okay.
and it's like sheer stone, no handholds. A
And
potion of climbing would let you do it, but normal hands would just slip right off.
What's the distance from, say, the top of this tower to the wall?
Oh God, you're asking me to measure that.
Or say it from let's just make it easy, from the bottom of the tower to the wall, if you've got a combat map. I'm just trying to perceive if they could see.
At its
120
shortest,
feet.
at its shortest from the base to the part in the wall where it's closest, it's about 20 feet.
Oh, crap, that's really close. So they can totally shoot
Yeah.
from here onto the top of the wall.
Yes, absolutely. They can probably shoot
Probably
from
by
up there to
design.
the other side of the wall.
Okay.
That's why I said this picture is a little bit deceptive, because it looks ginormous, but this really is like Fergis
An
tower.
outpost tower.
surface. It's an outpost. It's a border fortress, a very well carved stone one, but it's a border fort.
Mhm.
It's not like some grand citadel.
Okay. So we could climb up this wall theoretically, and climb around over into the garden and come down if we wanted to. Like, there's nothing. This is all connected.
Yeah, that's correct.
This ravine doesn't like split through the mountain somehow or something.
No,
The
and
only,
even
the
if
only
it did,
problem is with all of us, we will be seen, so there's going to be ballista troubles.
Yeah.
the cavern does go up pretty high because it even goes up over the tower. So,
It's also just the concern of like the entrance to the more open space here. Are they going to see us on the approach before we can even get on the walls? Is my concern. Well, that makes
Character,
sense.
did we have potions of spider climb or no?
We have 2 that Ivy has. I'm not sure who else has any.
I have the spell, but I only get 2 spells per short rest, and once we get started, I don't think we'll.
I think we bought all the spider
So-
climbs they had, didn't we?
Ivy
What-
has 2 potions of climbing.
one last detail is that it does look like the gate is the kind that if you undo the stopgap on the other side, the bridge will come down.
Yeah. So one of my ideas is to sneak in just me and Ivy toward the area you were describing.
Yeah.
And if we can silently take out the 2 drow that are manning this one, we can get the gate down quickly, and you guys can get in there before the ballistas can fire too much.
And if you're there, you've got 1 ballista down, and if the gate falls, then you could potentially turn 1 ballista up on the other.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If we can get that one, knock the gate down, then come back and fire the ballista at the other ballista.
Yeah.
that might just
We could
deal
be
with-
charging in. It could just be crazy pandemonium.
And if it is within 90 feet from the wall to one of these arrow slits, me and 1 person, I could get us up there in an instant.
Oh?
I learned a bit of a trick from my elders, from my ancestors, a spell that allows me to.
I'd love to jump in there in tight quarters.
Be aware that we do know of some people that are going to be up there that are more of a threat than others.
I fully
Let's
understand
see,
that.
Going back, there's Captain Quall, she said it was possibly the biggest threat in the keep.
Mm.
He makes active attempts at making sure that everyone does their duties and is passably good with the blade, she was saying. There's a poison expert, torturer, and then the Baroness themselves that I still think is probably at least partially magical of some kind.
Perhaps we could go to one of the local inns, and there might be a tunnel in the basement there leading to some basement room in this fortress. I just have an inkling.
I have a feeling someone who designed something like this tower would do something like that. I like your plan. And we
At the very least, it could be an option to do when we make we take the sprint across the field, so that so we could take the fight to them and give cover to those that are making that trek.
just taking
I
out.
imagine I came back and we're talking about this now, by the way.
Yeah. One last little detail as well. What you were able to see of the drow guards, though they are standing on watch, they do not seem like they're on edge, if that makes sense. You kind of get the impression that this is a backwater outpost that hasn't seen action in like hundreds of years. So
Yeah, so that also means our first attempt is going to be our best attempt.
Out
Yeah.
of curiosity, what is their gear like? Is it actual soldier gear, or is it more akin to the farm?
these are definitely these are not like the mercenaries that attack
Okay.
Festival. These are professional soldiers. And there's definitely one of them on the wall that has slightly more elaborate armor that definitely donates like an officer.
Okay. So
Yeah.
they're not conscripts, but they are backwater guardsmen.
Yeah, like I know lots of military movies have made that joke, where they're like, "What's the monitor say?" And they're like, "Let me check." Yep, it's still clear, like it has been for the last 5 years. Sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm just gonna say teleporting. Teleporting up into the top there while the fight goes on the wall is a good idea to take the archer pressure off of us, and allow for a quick move over to that door once we do clear the wall. I'd suggest maybe Nolgrim, you take maybe Taskill or Freya with you, because those two, you hit hard, but you also get hit hard a lot of the time. So having somebody who could revive you might be better than having me with you.
Yeah, and if you can use the same way to get out if things get hairy, that might also be a beneficial idea too.
And obviously, nobody progressed through without all of us coming together.
Of course.
I like this plan. Let's do it.
So we're gonna go with. I guess anyone has ideas. So we're gonna go with the plan that me and Ivy drop down here and try to take out the drow that are manning that catapult or ballista, and then knock down the gate wall.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Then see if you could disable this other ballista.
Yeah, as soon as the bridge comes down, I think we ought to charge in, because one, Thrum can charge first, and that'll distract these ballista guys. Maybe they take a shot at me while y'all can line up a good shot on them. The other watchers on the wall won't know what's going on. They'll be scrambling around, and we come charging in from below. Y'all shooting from above. I like this plan.
The Skizrael, I would kind of point out, if you can wait until after the fight engages and you can get high up on the ceiling, the walls, are you able to shoot your webs and try to like knock the drow down that are fighting us, or is it like not that usable that way?
No, I'll just let you know out of talk. They do have their web rechargeability has a short range of 30 feet, a long range of 60 feet, and it can restrain one person.
Speaking of long range, Freya, what can you do with that there Gloomstalker? What about that precipice up top where they were gazing from? Could you shoot them from there?
So what's it basically operates like a heavy crossbow, right?
Yep.
Imagine they'd have pretty heavy cover if it's actually
But
arrows.
I
Yeah,
think
they
he's
do
got like
have-
super range, doesn't he?
Yeah, but it's a cover issue.
Let me
You know,
look up.
something at the wall.
Better than nothing.
Oh, that is a good point about the Skizrael as well. They're up there taking over this ballista and dropping the gate. It may not be bad for the Skizrael to position themselves so that when attention is directed this way, they come up from behind and at least disable or muddy up the works of that ballista.
I still think they shouldn't charge in until we know at least one ballista is down.
Yeah, I wouldn't want them in combat, but shooting a couple of webs right over here and then
disable the ballista with webs and then retreating afterwards.
Yes, exactly. That's
what
I meant
agree.
to say is once you
I really think
drop the gate, they move in and come up the other ballista.
Also, just so you guys know, they would have half cover behind the crenellation, so it's +2 to their AC and dexterity saving throws.
Freya, I think you could get them. I mean, being able to line up pot shots from way up here and being able to attack the whole time at a -2, that's nothing.
Yeah, so my idea, my understanding of the idea is once we can get the catapult or the ballista disabled and the gate lowered, Thrum and Taskill teleport into the top to deal with the archers, while we're trying to.
It would have to be Nolgrim and somebody else.
Yeah, Nolgrim and Taskill.
Nolgrim and Taskill. Sorry. We'll go up there. Meanwhile, Thrum will meet us on top of the wall to deal with any remaining threats there.
With your dog? Could your dog come?
Yeah, and then Freya can deal with like shooting at the archers from below, or the people that are on the wall as well, because with her range.
Well, I'll ask the DM from that crenellation or from that vantage point. Would Freya be able to fire on the wall?
Yeah, definitely.
Because it makes sense for her to be out of their range. She doesn't need to be charging, and that way she can fire twice every round on the wall.
She'd definitely still be. She probably wouldn't be hittable by the tower, but she could be shot by the people on the wall. Because it's definitely not farther than 120 feet, which is their dark vision. But she can definitely fire on the wall from that location.
So that's your choice, Freya, if you want to be running in with us or be snipering from above.
Or below.
I mean, even though I went in with you guys, I'd probably be staying back to shoot anyways. So I had the steel defender.
Yeah. I mean, I just think from a tactical standpoint, it'd be smart to have a sniper above shooting the whole time we're running and not able to attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that sounds fine.
And you're still able to engage in combat with the steel defender.
So Thrum and Miku travel together. Taskill and I travel together. Fergis and Ivy travel together.
Freya and the steel defender stay back while she shoots at them from a distance.
Or
Yes.
can you tell the steel defender to defend Thrum and he just follows and fights next to me the whole time?
Just attack whatever Thrum attacks.
Yeah. Like an
It's
animal.
normally
Yeah,
not
like
that.
the-
It's not that complex of commands, unfortunately.
Mm.
What was defend a command?
Well, no, it's usually it's bonus action to make it take the attack action. It's the
gotcha.
exact wording of the rule.
So it'd
Oh,
still be
yeah.
helpful to have her have it as a defense. Like we don't
Yeah.
have to have the steel defender engage actively
Yeah.
like that.
And I think the Siskarium could
She's
focus
gonna
on
be taking
here and
pot
travel
shots.
as the three of them.
So how does anyone know how long the potion of climbing lasts? I mean, I can look it up real quick.
1 hour.
1 hour. Okay, that'll be plenty of time. So we can actually climb up before we get to the entrance and try to climb and scale the sides and stuff without having to be seen directly on the ground.
Yeah. I like this plan. I say we do it.
Do we want to start doing it now, or do we want to wait until next time?
I say we can start doing this now,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and then we can always just cut it in the middle.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Sounds good to me.
Yay!
So I do suggest we rest. Anyone who needs to prepare new spells, i.e. the
Yeah.
cleric or the artificer. Can,
You're not going to have to feed us tonight, Taskill. We're going to have the spoils of war.
yeah, but yeah, we take a long rest. We prepare whatever spells, anything else we might need.
Move the cart up, like Miku said, to get us,
Mhm.
Close.
Secure the scorpions away from anyone else that's going to try to be eaten.
Yes. Whenever I put a pitton down and chain them down, and they
I
can't.
imagine all this occurs a little bit further back around the corner.
Yeah, I put it there so you guys
Yeah.
can see all the tokens.
Oh, cool.
Combat map.
Who knew the whole time this was just here? I think your steel defender would be healed.
I know that happens every time. My AC, before we go in, I will be casting mage armor, so I'm just going to adjust my AC now.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm going to carry my shield to start with.
And does anyone have any abilities with invisibility, by chance?
I did, but I swapped it out for a 3rd level spell.
Damn it. Oh well, that's fine.
It's okay. I only get 2 spells a day anyway, or 2
Yeah.
spells for
You're
short
going to
rest.
need
so-
those to get in and get out if you
Yeah.
have to.
Right.
So, do we have to do it in initiative right at the moment, or we're Going-
Right now we're not joining the battle yet. So first you're gonna need stealths from Ivy and Fergus to get into position.
so just refreshing the plan in a quick bullet point. Me and her sneak up here, deal with the 2 guards here.
At the same time, and once you lower the bridge, the
Once we lower the bridge, we charge
spiders
in.
will come up this way and try to
Well,
muddy
The
up.
spiders wait until you guys start making your move, so they're distracted, and then they come up to deal with the ballista.
I would have
Because they're
sneak.
big targets. We don't want them to come in right at the same time.
Mm.
Can they sneak?
They can
They could
sneak.
try, probably. Yeah.
I would have them go ahead and sneak down into this ravine and be in position, and that way they can just climb right up the walls.
I'm just afraid that
I
they
will
might.
I will tell you that they will definitely be seen climbing into that ravine.
Okay.
Yeah, I would.
Like
That's why I was saying when the bridge drops is when they move into position to
Okay.
muddy up.
What
the,
about up on the ceiling? Is the ceiling high
It's
enough?
still
for
going
them
to be
to
pretty
gain
noticeable giant
yeah,
spiders.
I was just gonna say, Cope, they're large creature. So imagine sitting at your computer desk and then a horse walks 5 feet from you.
position?
You know,
Give
even
me a
if you
beer,
have,
will you?
even if it's to the side, you're gonna see it in your peripherals,
Yeah.
and you're like, "That's a big object."
That's why I always ask for the DM
Yeah,
answer because we don't know how he's,
Mhm.
got the battlefield in his mind, and that's where we're
Yeah.
playing.
Also, I don't know how well it shows up on the reveal, but this is the tower right over here.
Okay.
Ah,
How high up are the ceilings, by the way?
Where you are right now, I would say about 40 feet, but then I'll say like every 15 feet or so, it rises another 10 feet high. And in here, I would say it's probably maybe 80 to 100 feet tall.
So the reason I asked is because I wanted to have me and Ivy drink our potions and go up all the way to the ceiling and try to come in from behind the two guards.
Yeah, that would definitely give you advantage on the stealth.
Yeah,
climb
so that
all the
because
way up
they're not
here.
going to be looking at the ceiling for intruders.
Yes, 100%.
And Nolgrim would say to Taskill that we need to get within roughly 90 feet of the tower that we're teleporting to, and far enough away from any allies to make sure that the boom
Hell,
that
y'all
leave
could
them
almost-
awake.
Y'all could almost
Search.
jump in from here.
We've also got to count in vertical.
Yeah, so what is it? How high is the tower?
Probably.
30 feet?
Definitely once we're on the other side of the wall.
Let's see.
I
Isn't it normally I'm trying to remember because
Roughly
it's
10 feet of story.
10. It's a 50-foot tower because it's got
Okay.
5 stories.
and
So
just
let's
to
see.
give you the mechanics of how this works is basically it's a teleport spell with a 90-foot range, but at the point of where I teleport from, I could take one willing person my size or smaller.
And you do
And-
damage, right?
And yeah, when I leave, each creature within 10 feet of the space I left must make a Constitution saving throw, taking 3d10 points of damage on a failed or half on a success. And it's not quiet. Anybody within 300 feet will hear it.
Mm-hmm.
That is not teleport. So it does 3d10 damage to anybody who goes with you?
No. Basically, if I teleport from here, anybody within 10 feet of me would have to do a Constitution saving throw to reduce the damage that they would otherwise take of 3d10. I could take one willing person with me that
Okay.
will not be affected by the damage, but anybody
Okay.
left behind in that area will take
So-
the damage.
So delay for, if it's 50 feet up, then what? He needs to be within 30 feet, 30, 50, 80. Is that a correct triangle?
Not quite.
Or close enough?
And we got the.
Working on it.
I think so.
5 squared, 25, 3 squared, 9. That's
No, he says it's
34.
50 feet tall. So as
The
long as I'm
tower,
with,
yeah.
so as long as I'm within 70 feet of it, that would be the hypotenuse of that would be 86 feet.
You're a hypotenuse.
Yeah,
I'll
so
show
you
you
could
hypotenuse.
jump from way back here.
Yeah.
So if we go charging forward,
Though I think
Oh.
I'd imagine he has to roughly see where he's going.
Yeah. Then again, I could always position the bat.
Yeah.
yeah.
Although
Yeah, 'cause
it-
I would say the bat doesn't need to roll stealth either. It's so small, they're so not carrying. And yes, you not noticed on those stealth rolls, by the way.
And see, that'd be perfect because that way we're running across the field. You're popping into the
yeah.
tunnel.
Actually, if that's okay, I wouldn't mind trying to get my bat at least to just kind of chill in the tower area.
Mhm.
Just kind of hang from the ceiling like no big deal. I'm just a bat. Don't mind me.
Are you looking through your bat senses right now, or just having it be up there?
When I send the bat up there, I'll look through the bat senses just to see what sort of opposition is waiting there.
There are 4 drow sentries up there that are currently not watching, with their armor off, engaging in, let's say, recreational physical play with each other.
No
Mini
girl
or-
would.
Mini orgy.
What?
No,
Yeah,
no girl would.
drow are super, like, hedonites, man. They're bored, so they're having sex.
So no, as we're all getting ready for this, no one's like, I'm gonna see what's waiting for that tower. Pops in the vision. Oh,
Just a
oh,
big flush on his
could
face.
have done without seeing that. Oh,
Hey,
the
the
drow
drow
are
are
looking.
vile creatures.
well, I got to say, I guarantee, when we take the tower, we'll catch them with their pants down.
You have no idea how many times I've stopped myself from saying that exact phrasing, telling you guys about this. I'm like, no, go save it. You'll get it when the time comes.
Is that in the book?
Yes.
That's funny.
So, foreplay aside, when we come over here and we sneak up, we go down behind them and we're on the back of the wall.
Yep.
It's just like anyone like the camera kind of looking from like the direction we're coming like from this direction. You just see the two drow, and all of a sudden we kind of lift up with our daggers drawn behind their backs, ready to strike. So whenever, I'll go ahead and make some attack rolls.
Yep, you get your surprise round.
That was for the stab shroom.
Yep, hits, because you'll have advantage on all these.
That will be
6 sneak attack damage.
19 damage total.
Okay, so the operator's instantly dead.
And then I'll use my bonus action to attack the other one, but Ivy's first, so...
Yeah, because if you manage to both instant kill them this round, there is the possibility you could try to use... Okay, yeah, never mind. I was going to say you could try to bonus action stealth to maybe buy yourself a round before they notice that something's happening. Like ninja stealth kill.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for, but I imagine...
11 doesn't kill, unfortunately. It's so
12?
close. 12. Oh, sorry. 12 doesn't kill, though.
Okay.
Literally 1 hit point, I'll have you know.
Yeah, I had a feeling. But, so I'm going to have her use her other attack.
Still at advantage, because you're still surprise rounding them.
20.
And that'll kill.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do sneak attack. But I was going to use the rest of my turn as a... actually, no, you know what? Before she can do it, can I action surge and try to kill him before I'm noticed? And
yeah, sure. You could definitely do that.
I forgot I had that.
That'll
so let me
your
re-roll
action
for my
surge
attack.
for this day, but you can definitely do that.
Well, action surge is a short rest recovery.
Oh, it is? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be my stab shroom action surge.
Still hit? Definitely
ignore the sneak, but... So we will be able to roll stealth then.
Yep. So you can both roll stealth. I have their passive perceptions pulled up because they're definitely not actively searching.
Let's see, this is mine, so it's not an advantage.
Ivy's still an advantage.
Yeah, I just forgot entirely that I had that because I just got it.
Solid use for it.
Yep.
Yeah, oh yeah, man. So basically how you guys do it, especially with how high those stealth rolls are, is that you drop behind them, you stab yours in the throat, Ivy stabs him in the back, and right before the secondary one can make any sound, you rip out the other one and you stab him in the throat again, cutting off the scream in his throat. And you're both use stealth that you just gently drag the bodies over the lip of the wall and gently set them down in the courtyard behind you. I'm going to remove the tokens so that way this doesn't get cluttered.
So I'm going to do like a thieves can't hand signal thing to Ivy. I'm going to have her drop the gate while I aim the ballista at the other ballista and fire on it at the same time.
Okay.
So
yeah, because you definitely bought yourself another, like a secondary surprise round.
Fergus, this is a sneaking mission.
Yeah, because there is the possibility that depending on how you guys handle this, you might be able to do the fortress all in stealth.
I mean, I can try to just keep assassinating, but I'm eventually going to get noticed, and I'd rather deal with the other ballista, to be fair.
Yeah, this wall right here, you could kill too, but you'll definitely just be instantly sane.
Yeah. So I am going to aim this ballista at this one, and right when she drops the gate, I'm going to fire at it and hopefully get a sneak shot out.
Okay, so the ballista, I was considered a martial weapon.
I am proficient, so...
Yes, it is 2d10 plus dex piercing damage.
Plus sneak attack.
Yeah,
yep,
plus sneak attack.
And
let me see. It would be at an advantage because I'm stealth and they wouldn't expect it.
Yep.
So I'll just roll a d20 flat and then I'll add my modifiers.
Does Freya want to get any crossbolts in this surprise round?
Why, yes.
So that would be
she does.
That'd be a 12 plus 6, so that'd be 19 to hit.
That'll hit. Because
you said it was 3D. What?
It's 2d10 damage. Sorry, what was your total attack again?
19.
19. Okay, cool. That does penetrate because you're technically firing into cover, but that's high enough. So it's 2d10 plus your dex plus
Plus my
sneak
sneak
attack.
attack.
All right, so that's another one off the bucket list of sneak attack with a siege weapon.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's 17 points of damage to him,
Yep, that's an instant kill.
and then the gate drops, and then they definitely notice us.
Clang. So now it actually is down like it is in this picture.
And I will have Ivy like move around and get back on the wall over here.
So Freya, you can pick your target. It is a sneak attack round, so you can still take both of your attacks.
Okay.
And if you can choose a second target after the first one, or you can both target the same one, you can choose as you go.
Actually, can Nolgrim get in on this too?
Yeah, Eldritch Blast,
I do have Eldritch Blast.
Yep.
and it has a long ass range.
Yep.
Aim at the one with the name above his head.
I'm going.
That's the officer.
Yeah, I'm going after the officer looking one.
Would I
Both
be
attacks.
would I be able to say I would have had spider climb on at this point or not?
You're up on like if you went. Oh, you might have heard it, missed it or not, but there's like a small elevated landing big enough for one person to go prone on. That's like 20, maybe 30 feet up in the air. So you could definitely be in an elevated position. So I would say it's very possible that you're up high enough you're ignoring cover, especially with your scope.
Okay, cool.
Well, we'll say I won't. I mean, I think it's obvious I won't be ignoring cover as I fire upon the commander, but just want to make sure you acknowledge that. All right, so 2 Eldritch Blasts. Advantage or no?
Yeah, advantage because surprise round. That'll hit for 9 damage.
And the second one?
Uh, 14 will miss.
Okay.
All right.
Stalker, leader's well within my range.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Let's go. First hit with the Gloomstalker
Yeah, 100% hits.
for 8 piercing.
Piercing
Second
damage.
hit with the Gloomstalker is a 9, so probably not.
Come on, roll 20.
Does he get advantage?
They both hit anyway. So, or yeah, actually, it's not really gonna matter because you did 8, then. Oh yeah, you do have advantage. So re-roll the 9. Sorry, I'm getting caught up in numbers here. You do have advantage, so you can re-roll that 9, Michael.
Well,
Okay. Well, the 9 misses.
That's all right. We did solid damage to that guy already. 17.
Technically, they're all mixed gender, but I know the pictures. Anyway, so now I will bring up the initiative order. We are out of the surprise round.
We need to go destroy all of.
Oh shit! Ivy's on the roll.
Hello.
Do you have to be touching your token for this macro to work?
Yes.
Yeah. And now I need to roll some initiatives.
Yeah.
Sergeant gets 5. You guys are so lucky that my bad initiative roll curse always occurs when I'm GM.
Yeah.
9.
And it continues.
Then I have to roll the skis from now. Come on, roll 20. You can do it. I've got faith in you.
No, hold on. Let me squeeze it a little bit. There we go.
16. All right. Is everyone's initiative up there?
Yep.
All right. Descending. You'll notice at the bottom of this initiative. Wait, why is the alarm 6A16?
I don't know. You might have been clicking on it because it said it's initiative each time you rolled.
Weird. Oh yeah, maybe that's what it was. The alarm is at initiative 0. If you guys manage to kill all the drow before the alarm's turn comes around, the entire rest of the fortress will not be instantly alerted. I'm kind of taking that if you manage to kill 5 people in 6
Yeah.
seconds, that probably isn't going to tip people off right away.
Right. Especially since, would-be onlookers are currently having sex.
And we would have just become the A team.
Yeah, this place does echo like a mofo, but, So Ivy is up first.
So she's going to run down here.
Mhm.
But then as she gets here, she's going to just drop down, it looks like, and do a bonus action and hide.
Yep. I mean, technically speaking, she's still stealth from the surprise round.
Well, no, she opened the gate, so that probably woke stuff.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, so
But that doesn't matter there. But then when they don't see her, she comes around from the front on the wall and stabs upward at this guy.
Yep, that's all good. Freaking ninja action. I didn't put Miku on the initiative because you guys were having him hang back initially, so.
I imagine it's also like one of those things that he could be participating, but it's not on camera participating.
Oh, yeah.
Does 18 hit with the short sword?
That'll hit.
For 15 points of damage.
15 points of damage, instant dead.
Okay.
Off to a good start.
And that's her turn. She's just kind of hanging sideways on this wall.
Taskill?
So, for this teleport thing, should I move or double move? About where did we decide we needed to be?
70 feet, huh? Why don't you just delay and move with what's-his-face?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would also be an option.
Do you want to try to clear the wall or just go all the same?
Yeah, might as well go all the same.
Okay.
I mean, that was the
so we
plan,
don't really know
'cause-
about that alarm.
Yeah, in character, we don't know about the alarm.
It's kind of
so.
metagamey.
Yeah.
So, go ahead and move up. Delay your turn to act in tandem with me. I think that'll probably be the easiest way to do it. That
Okay.
way. Yeah.
All right. And does Miku want to run with me?
I think we're just like theater of the mind that he's working with us.
Yeah.
So we don't bog it down
Miku.
too much.
Yeah, I
Here's
think
the
we
thing.
already established that Miku was traveling with Thrum.
Okay, well, we can add him to the initiative then, because here's the thing. There's a lot of guys in here, so it probably actually wouldn't kill you guys to have a little help.
Yeah.
Attrition
What-
is the real threat of 5th edition.
And
Mhm.
yeah.
What is our movement? Our movement's 25.
25, yes.
So is run 75? Is it 3 times?
No.
I don't think any of us have control of Miku's token, by the way.
Oh, sorry. That's on
Also,
me.
someone else can control Miku since I'm controlling Ivy.
Yeah.
I'll have him run with me. So that's
I'll edit the token so everyone can move him. Controlled by all players. I'll fix this up in between sessions. But I clicked it. Come on, roll 20. There we go. So Miku should be controllable by everyone now, and you should have his sheet. So
Mhm.
pretty self-sustaining. He's a barbarian, so if Cope wants to do it, it's kind of the same skill set.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just trying to look for run if it's ×3 or ×4 and 5.
It's a double move. So you just use
Yeah,
times
there's
2.
no like sprinting where you take extra movement. It's just you use your action to move and you use your movement to move.
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Yep.
I think there's a feat that can give you.
Yeah, and
more.
as a rogue, I have bonus action movement. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
also, Miku has a speed of 30 feet, unlike you, so he can
Yeah.
absolutely catch up.
So he's one ahead of me at least.
As I've said, they kind of filed all the fiddly bits off for 5th edition.
Okay, so that's your turn. Did you guys want the Skizral to do anything?
Yeah, they're supposed to go
Start
gum up
moving
the
up
catapult.
and approaching from this direction to
Okay.
gum up them. Go
Have
up and
a
harass.
speed of 30 feet, so they can double move.
Our main goal for them is to literally gum up the catapult.
Yeah. So they move. This one's up on the wall, but they're there.
Mm.
So that's their turn.
Probably have them climb the wall.
Yeah,
up above.
they are like higher elevation. Here, I'll do this to show that they're.
Yeah.
Ingram with a skill, this is correct. Each square is 5 foot, not 10 foot. Because I know when I was doing Fire Mountain games, I often used 10 foot.
Yeah, nope, it's 5 feet.
Oh, okay.
And it's built in a tunnel, even if it goes up
Yeah.
a ways.
Very true.
And that pit is 100 feet straight down, by the way.
Okay.
Also, it's not just Fire Mountain games. Rise of the Runelords has a few maps that are put in 10 foot, or there's one of them that was put in 20 foot tiles.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah.
And I'll explain that when we get to it in that one. All
right.
Nuts.
So Freya, you're up.
I keep hearing that goddamn Minecraft sizzle.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not putting on combat.
Creepers in the tubes.
God, if we find a creeper in this place, I'm just gonna be like, okay, where's my pickaxe? I'm just getting straight down.
But Bogomil isn't in this campaign. Let's see. The second one will miss. The first one will hit.
14 damage on the first one.
You kill the officer.
So immediately this ambush is horrifying.
More confusion. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys just dropped dead, including the officer. The other 3 are like, what?
To be fair, the first 2 weren't like instantaneous. They were a couple, like 2 rounds later. But still.
Sure. But they're probably noticing now those 2 are missing too.
Oh yeah, they're definitely 100%
Shit,
aware.
what was our code to the alarm? I don't remember. It's been 6 years.
Like one of them was yawning, and all of a sudden there was a slow-mo of their eyes following the ballista bolt going from one side of their wall to the other.
All right.
Breaking some rocks as it goes through the crenellations.
Nolgrim.
If they don't know we're here yet, they will now. And then he'll say to Taskill, follow me and get ready to act when I make the jump. And so he'll move here and wait for and hold my. At this point, I'll hold my action to use Thunderstep into the tower for when he's within range, and if it's possible, to pick a spot that's near any sort of door or hatch that's in there.
You do know from looking in from your familiar, it's a spiral staircase in the top room of the tower.
Okay, so
down.
I'll go to the top of the staircase or somewhere closer to it.
Okay, let me read.
And then grab hold of Taskill, and we will Thunderstep. So they'll know there's something at the front door, but not realize there's something in the tower.
Right. And then literal pants down.
Then since that was just my movement and his provoked action.
Gombo, I gotta stop and say I'm glad you didn't pick naked pictures.
Yeah, I just gave them little yellow dots to show they don't have their armor on.
I think
they're easier to hit.
I think Taskill still has his action and bonus action.
And we know what the bonus action's going to be.
It's hammer time.
Teach them
So
some
you see an
propriety.
orgy and you immediately want to pull out your hammer.
Yeah, did Nolgrim tell them that this was up here?
He mentioned something that we're going to cut them with their literal pants down.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure if any of us believed that it was like literal.
Nolgrim would have let them know exactly what's going on up there.
Hey, vile creatures!
This is like every teenager's worst nightmare.
Pretty sure.
There's an orgy in the empty
That's
tower,
the
and in comes a cleric with a hammer.
Yeah, that'll hit. Which one are you hitting?
North of me, straight up.
Okay. She's not dead, but very close.
And then hammer on as the follow through.
Yeah, that'll hit. They're very low AC right now.
And for the rest of their lives.
Dead. Oh man, just the pictures from their position. They're in the thrones of passion. All of a sudden, there's a popping sound, and then an axe and a hammer crushes the partner that you're currently engaged with. That's terrifying.
Oh god, there's so much hair.
That's like a snake biting you in the ass from within the toilet, like I heard about recently.
Hey,
That's like,
don't worry. There's still one part of him that's still connected to the other guy.
Actually, yeah, that's a good question. It is the one that's currently dead, falling upon the one that I don't know. Difficult terrain suddenly.
listen,
Being
how
pinned
in
down.
detail do you want me to get?
No,
'Cause
please don't.
I can, but last time I did, it was a bad idea. So
Oh, you're talking about the next one?
Yes.
I didn't even care. That one was funny. I thought it was like, oh, this is over the top and exactly Warhammer.
yeah, it was very Warhammer, but my goal is never to make people uncomfortable. So use your imaginations.
Yep.
Either way, it's their turn. All the guards, including the naked ones. So these three on the wall kind of panic with a start, so they're just going to do what is instinctual, and they're going to fire crossbow bolts at Thrum and Miku. They have actual light crossbows, not just hand crossbows.
I purposely had my shield out for this.
So we'll say 2 at Thrum, 1 at Miku. So 1. Does that hit Thrum?
Miss.
2.
Miss.
And then Miku, that'll miss Miku. You should have his sheet code, so you should see.
Surprise.
All those bolts go wide. They're not organized at all, so they're not doing fairy fire. However, these ones up here make a grab for their short swords.
Zynga.
Yep, I know.
Really?
Come at me
Are
with
you
the
sure these
those
two
long
wouldn't
swords.
just say screw it and try and finish?
I don't think that's their fetish, Cope. I'll just say that.
There's hedonism and then there's hedonism.
No, you see, they had their dick on the left and the sword on the right.
So did they still have their scabbards on them, their weapons on them and whatnot?
Their
Close
armor is on
enough,
the
I would
ground
say.
around them,
Close
so
enough.
they
Okay.
able to. 5th edition allows you to have 1 free item interaction, and I'm saying it's within 5 feet. So
That works.
Grab
So-
something dangerous.
there
When
will
you
be-
said they had their sheaths nearby, I'm like, that could be another innuendo, and I try not to.
so 22 on Taskill,
Damn.
That'll hit.
21, sorry. 7 piercing damage, and then another one on Taskill. Wow, rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they were
Piercing
up in there.
damage.
Dander.
Cleric down, cleric down.
All the adrenaline is going. 16 on Nolgrim.
That'll miss.
Okay. All the
Oh god, the
adrenaline-
priest has come!
Fergis.
Okay,
You're the last turn before the alarm.
I'm gonna jump here, bonus action, get closer, and I'm gonna stab at this guy.
Yeah, because it's an
I figured I
action
didn't make it have acrobatics because it's a small little whip.
Yeah, and you've got potion of climbing and everything. I think.
So stab shroom. Miss, I imagine.
Yeah, they'll miss. All
And
right,
that'll be my turn.
Dress Sergeant is dead. But
Stab
now the commotion and the yelling of the sentries, they probably have a little bell that they ring as well, is starting to send alerts up through the fortress. You are now officially on the clock. Ivy.
I'm just gonna run along the side of the wall here and stab at this guy.
Okay.
And this short sword.
That'll hit.
As long as we can get rid of the mooks before the opening chords of Roundabout.
I'm more worried about getting across this killing field.
He says as almost all the way across the killing field. Well, he probably means the knife rocks, don't you?
Yeah, he probably nice rock. So that is 13 damage. That kills that one.
And that'll be her. And
You may want to have
I'll
Ivy
say-
move a bit further up, so threaten, so that you get sneak attack if
You
when
still
Fergus gets
yeah.
out.
I'm trying to see where she was because that'd be. She has to move one more.
She was right here, so
Okay, so she's not gonna be able to stealth with her bonus action without having to go deeper into the hole. So I'll just have her bonus action move to here because I don't think she would go right in between 2 other people.
no.
So
But you need a bonus action? Because I thought if you saw movement left, you could still use
I was
yours
just
on-
saying, even if I had to, it's not like she's gonna stealth
Ah.
right now.
Gotcha.
All right. Taskill.
Well, we continue this with, I guess, the next north one. To the,
Okay.
Phew,
That's it.
at least we're both rolling thunder. 5 probably won't down it.
Nope. That'll hit. That will down it.
Huzzah.
All right. Oh yeah, and there is another ballista up here, a light ballista up here as well. Not that it makes a huge difference at the moment.
Up
Yeah,
where?
yeah. Good
Up in the
thing.
tower with you.
Okay.
Good thing we caught them with their pants down.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah,
otherwise they would have been firing light crossbows and a ballista from, and they would have had basically full cover with these arrow slits.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thrum.
On his turn, we're just going to yell at him. We got the wall. Go, go, go.
Go, go, go. All right. He's going to get in here. And does it look like there's more of a path this way to the door than any other way?
It looks like you just have to go slow. If you rush, you'll make a mistake. By
Okay.
default, this is considered difficult terrain.
All right. So if I move at half speed, I can.
Yeah.
Wait, but doesn't
difficult
he
ter-
ignore it? So isn't he probably fine?
Wait. What's the exact wording if you're ignore the difficult
Yep.
terrain?
Pulling it up right now. Let's see. Tracking
Because
travel.
it's shaped by magic, but it's not actively magic. So I'm curious. I'm gonna say, because like if it was one of these things where if it's like magically animated foliage grabbing at you, I would say that wouldn't work. But these rocks are stable, so like between his own rocky form connections as well as just the fact that he's just in the zone right now, Thrum, you can dip and dodge through these things pretty easily, so you won't count them as difficult terrain. But if you do move a double speed, like a dash action, you might get cut. But if you move normal speed, then you don't.
Okay, but if I moved here with 20 feet of movement. If I moved at half speed from here, I'd be okay. If I'm double moving.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would give me 30 feet of movement left, so I could move to here, half movement.
Yes.
Okay. And then Miku would move to here with full movement. He would have 45 left, so he can move 20 as half movement and be okay, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Once again, you could definitely see how if this place was actively under siege, this would be terrible with stuff firing down on you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's why I don't know what's going on in the tower. So my goal is to get there quickly because they might start shooting down any minute.
So this is round will move here. I'm just moving off the bodies to keep this from being a complete clusterfuck. Yeah, I know. There's other clusterfucks that happen. So 2 bite attacks against this drow. 1.
Picture it. You got a dwarf and a gnome rampaging down the hall. Then this one turns around, suddenly 3 giant spiders.
Hold on.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna jump
climbing
it.
on the outside of the wall like a
So-
spider. Spiders!
That'll work. I'm not even gonna roll because the second one will also hit. Yeah, he's very dead between multiple giant fangs and poison gushing through his vein, replacing all of his blood.
All of his.
And hey, they got
venom than
another
blood
free
now.
meal.
Okay, so we'll move him, and that'll leave this one. Can I believe? Yes.
Meanwhile, Freya is now presented with a much less target-rich environment.
Okay, so that's 11 piercing damage, and even if he gets his save, he's not dead. He's actually stable at 1 hit point according to how the venom works.
Yep.
But
Good meal.
I'm gonna X him anyway because he's effectively out of combat.
At this point, he knows what's coming.
Yeah. He's unconscious, and this almost purely on instinct, the Skizral hunter, after it bites him into it, just like pulls him under the body and brings the tail of his butt around, and the web comes down and just he's in a cocoon instantly.
Meanwhile, that drow's going, play dead, play dead, play dead, play dead.
Yes,
He's
those you can eat.
Freya, you've currently lost all your targets.
And you muted.
Guys, this is exciting. This is the drow fortress we've been planning on attacking for months.
I'm going to use spider climb on myself.
Yep. You can get down to the ground, no problem, in one turn.
I think he's taking a fall on the Skizral.
Oh, following them? Then yeah, you can do that. You could crawl right over to the landing. The turret. That's the word.
Yeah, so I could end up like right over here. And the steel defender.
And just take the long way.
Yeah.
He's the fastest out of everyone anyway.
Jump, boy, jump.
And then I guess, what is it to get up here? It's like
well, currently the bridge is down, so he could just run through.
Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. I forgot they did that.
Yeah, that's the first thing we did was knock that shit down so people can get in.
Yep.
I kind of like that you guys opted for like a blitzkrieg assault strategy rather than a Metal Gear Solid sneaking mission. It could have gone either way.
Well, I knew that would not succeed.
Parts
with
of
the group
both.
we have.
All right.
Especially with Eski bringing up the rear.
Nolgrim.
All right, Nolgrim's going to attack this one with Green Flame Blade.
Okay. The southern one?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Just so you guys know, the 2 second-level Skibels I picked were Spider Climb and Web.
Uh-oh.
That was it.
All right,
So-
and then
Spider.
the one adjacent to him takes 1d8 plus 4 fire damage.
Okay.
So the northern one takes 9 damage.
All right. They're both still up, but they're not looking fantastic. Hold on, I gotta move this hammer for a second. I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, it's a small enough area, it don't matter.
Yeah.
Where are they gonna go? Downstairs? I think not.
We's at the top of the stairs.
It's hammer time.
All right. So that's your turn.
Yep.
It's their turn again. They haven't really had time to process this yet, so they're just going to keep trying to stab one on each of you. So, Taskill.
Oh, Jesus.
So 13 damage, and then on Nolgrim.
Why do you want to kill Taskill so bad?
I was just doing one attack each, my man.
Every fight.
Yeah, it's always Taskill and Nolgrim that take the most of the damage. Why did we send the two of them? They're always the one taking.
Because I knew Nolgrim
At least one
needed
has a
someone
means
to
of
heal
healing
him when he
themselves.
took a whole bunch of damage.
All right. There's definitely activity elsewhere in the fortress, but you guys aren't seeing that yet. So, Fergis.
So I want to do something neat with that Skizral cloak.
Absolutely.
I want to get a running start from 15 feet here, and then try to use it as almost like a makeshift glider to get to here. Because it says you can use it to reduce fall damage,
Super Mario World.
It's like a parachute.
Like a parachute.
like a parachute, or where you those divers that dive out of planes, and they have those
gliding
suits that have the webbing on the sides to make it glide better.
Pull it
Okay,
tight
so-
on your feet and your hands, and
I'll let you do this, but give me an acrobatics at disadvantage because it's a very impromptu thing you didn't prep the cloak on your body for.
That's
Because
fine.
if I confirm at will glide suits, we're gonna have problems.
It does say it reduces the fall damage by 4d6, so I might not.
When pulled between two people, though.
Between two creatures, okay.
Well, yeah. Because
Either way.
it's like a trampoline that you land
Yeah.
on.
I read that wrong anyway, but it still sounds neat, so I want to do it.
Yep. So you jump, you land here next to Thrum. However, since you don't have a lot of control fall, you're gonna go into some spikes.
That's fine. I had a feeling that was going to happen, so I wanted to do it anyway.
What are you doing?
4 piercing damage or slashing or whatever.
I don't have resistances anyway. I just get up and I bonus action the rest of the way away from the spikes. I'm fine.
Yeah, so how this works is there's like a little landing section underneath the tower that you can go into, and then there's a small staircase. That's the same spiral staircase, so I'll just reveal the area now.
And where should we make the doorway?
Right here.
All right.
Or actually, sorry, no, I forgot.
Yeah,
No,
that
it's the
little
spiral
dotted
staircase
line.
at the center.
Yeah.
It's just that
A little-
dotted line is the room underneath it. So if you were under fire from Jar archers, that would be where you were safe.
Like this would be like a little step area, and then it would go into the ladder, and this would be.
Gotcha. Okay, so
Yep.
that's not actually a room. That's just the underneath of the tower.
Yeah, the dotted line is a little room underneath the tower, and then you go to the same spiral staircase.
Okay. But this is not difficult terrain under here.
No.
Okay.
All right. I can just eliminate the alarm now. Ivy.
She will go up to here, then walk along the wall because she's not an idiot that's going to try to escape that way. But she will be able to bonus action dash as well as action, so she'll be able to have like 90 feet of movement running along the wall.
Yep.
To here. She's just chilling on the wall.
Mm-hmm. All right. Taskill.
Well, we only got 2 left. So let's see if we can finish it.
That'll hit. And
One to
kill.
directly to my right. So, and then we'll see if the weapon can finish the other one. Yeah.
Hold on. They're not wearing armor, so let's see. Oh, that actually does miss.
Darn. Looks like you'll actually be able to catch up.
Thrum.
All right. Since Miku's in front, he'll be the one going up first. And I assume that.
It's like 10 feet up the stairs.
Okay, so that'd take him 25 feet of movement.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a second level I need to go to?
Well, if you want to keep going up the tower, or here, let me like review.
Yeah,
There
if you see
is
anything
there is the little bridge
That'd be
here.
the entryway there.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
he
goes
wants
to
to keep going. No, he wants to keep going up the tower
yeah.
because
Then it's
our
another
goals-
10 feet up to the next tower because you're just in the watchtower. If you go
Yep.
back to the big map, the other one is the big main fort.
Yeah. Our goal, Thrum and Miku, are going up to help Taskill and Nolgrim because we don't know how they're doing.
Gotcha.
And we all said that we wouldn't go across this way until we all got back together. So sticking to the plan, he's got 5 more movement left and then 30 after that if he doesn't see an enemy.
Yeah, it's 10 feet per floor.
Okay, so that would be 3 more floors. 3 more floors and 5 feet.
Yep. So I'll just do this. You're not
Second,
at
third,
the 5th
fourth.
floor where they are yet. He does pass. No, they're on a fight. Sometimes it just doesn't reveal.
Yeah, it hid instead. It did that to me too.
So
he'd be
he
like-
passes through what looks like an area where they keep all the extra ballista bolts. Go up to another floor, and yep, you got it. All right, and what's Thrum doing?
Same thing.
Okay.
Chasing after him. But he would be more like right here because he has to double move for 1 square.
So you're in the armory with all the ballista bolts. Skizral will start making their way along the wall. They will be having like a hard time inside the fort. So We're probably going to be calling it a session soon anyway, so.
Mhm.
Freya.
All right. Let's see. I guess I'm just going to continue up this way.
Yep. And then I imagine your steel defender catches up into the tower.
Yep.
Yeah, been 4 hours already.
Yep.
Yeah, it is usual end time.
Yeah. Which is, you guys, I think as soon as Loki kills this last one. So just move your steel defender where you want. Nolgrim, take a swing.
All right, I'll try hit him with a shocking grasp.
Mhm.
Hit him with a shocker.
You're just showboating.
That's right.
Be careful where you grab.
Shocker.
Give him the Philadelphia handshake.
Oh shit.
That'll miss.
Yep.
All right. It's
It's clobbering time.
gonna disengage.
Another natural 20?
So 1.
It's gonna
Well,
run into everyone else.
Run to
Yep.
Miku. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Goes back by him, runs into Thrum. Oh god. Goes down, runs into Fergis. Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, actually can't get past Miku because Miku's on the stairs blocking it. He doesn't provoke an attack of opportunity from anyone, but okay. So Fergus.
That's so weird.
I'm gonna yell at the Skizrael to set up some web traps on the other side of the wall to prevent anyone from escaping. Because I imagine they're gonna have a hard time squeezing into this tower anyway, and that's seems like a better use of their time is to set up a retreat, like escape trap.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna start heading up.
Oh.
That's 15, 25, bonus action, 35. So I would get up to the drow, I think.
Okay.
And then I have an action to stab. As I turn and see, like, oh god. Ooh, oh god. That's a natural one in the stab shroom.
Oh yeah, poison explosion.
So
Good
let's
thing
see.
Miku's next to you.
No, he's not. The drow is, though.
Hmm?
And anyone in melee range must do a DC 15 Constitution saving throw, or to take 1d8 poison damage and become blind for 1 hour.
Love-
Miku is immune to poison, so I'm not gonna roll for him.
This is really the perfect weapon for you.
19 Constitution saving throw for the drow.
So I guess we don't take anything. We just this cloud of like I go to stab and all of a sudden.
And you didn't know it could do this.
Nope.
God, it would have been so
Feeling
great
that
if
was
they
like-
actually killed him, though.
I
Two
know.
white fellows run into each other in the hallway. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
But that's my turn.
All right. Ivy.
Just gonna take her time going up to here, and with the bonus action, I'll just hang out here with Thrum, the steel defender.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down the stairs and probably just in time to see the puff of spores dissipate and try and smack at the drow.
I'm just like,
That'll hit. And let's see, does that? It does not kill it.
Well, that's what the hammer's for.
Man, this drow, it was a good day that turned really bad.
Right.
Well, we know 11 misses. Does 12 hit?
It does hit,
Huzzah! Huzzah!
and that'll kill.
just smashes his face.
Yeah.
So Fergus, a naked drow just came around the corner, bumped into you, made you blow your spores, and then Taskill just blew through the back of its head with his hammer.
All I can say is,
Uh.
ho, 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 green giant.
I'd like to think that I caught him in the side with the axe. He turns and looks, still reeling from surviving the spores, and the hammer flies over my shoulder and nails him in the face.
In the face.
Man, we didn't even get through one session without me getting a natural one on that thing.
You got like 3 natural
Yeah.
20s at the start.
Oh, I'm not mad. I'm like, this is hilarious.
Yeah, that's the perfect weapon for you.
And I guess this is where we will call the session for now.
Sounds good.
Okay.